conference. It is a workshop on the entrepreneurial. We are very well aware that Amity College of Commerce and Finance is a cluster of students who will go for starting their own venture. Either you are going to start up for any product or any service, it is most important that everyone must have an idea. But idea will not give you the revenue. How will you convert this idea into the revenue? There are different phases which are covered under this workshop. If we have idea, then how will we go to government? How will we go to the collaborator? How will we go to the angel investors? We are not aware. We are blank about it. Because in India, there is no concept of crowdfunding. We have to depend either on dear or peer, or we have to depend on the government institute or the banks. If we are going to the bank needs mortgage or a collateral. How will we manage the things? If we are getting the money, is it sure that we are capable to convert our idea into the product or the service which will become the profitable? If it will be profitable, what will be the time period that we may get our cost within a specific time, which is called by payback period? As a student of commerce and finance, we have studied lots of accounts, lots of finance, but does it work practically? Today, all of us are here to give you practical exposure that if we are going to get the accounts, we are studying the finance, how will we mitigate the risk? How will we convert the risk or opportunity into the revenue? This is the orientation through the workshop that if you have idea in a mind, how can you rock in the coming present scenario? This workshop will help you lot to convert you from the pop-up to the cracker. Now I request my student Madhvi to give an introduction of our esteemed guest who is taking the workshop to convert you from the student to the successful entrepreneur. I request Madhvi to give a brief introduction of Dr. Ivan.
Professor Professor Ivan Supik is a senior lecturer in entrepreneurship at the Institute of Management Studies, Goldsmith, University of London. He received his PhD degree in management and organization from the School of Economics from the School of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana. His research interests includes bibliometrics, text analysis, digital economy, high growth firms, and research methods. He is a co-founder and organizer of London Text Analysis Conference. His research has been published in peer-reviewed journals such as Organizational Research Methods, Journal of Business Research, Management Decision, and European Methods Journal. Before entering academics, he found a consulting business and worked as project manager and software engineer in tech startups. Now, I would like to call Dr. Renuka Bakshi to present a sapling to Mr. Ivan.
Hi, everyone. Hi from my side as well. So, as mentioned, my name is Ivan Župić. I'm associate professor in entrepreneurship at Goldsmiths University of London. And today we'll have a workshop on sustainable entrepreneurship. Right? And workshop means that you'll have to work. So I'll just have a short introduction about sustainable entrepreneurship, and then you'll try to develop your idea about the sustainable entrepreneurship business. Yeah? So to start a little bit, right? So a sustainable entrepreneurship is basically about an entrepreneurial solutions, right? So a lot of businesses are actually causing environmental degradation. A lot of processes in our society are contributing to social inequality, and the sustainable entrepreneurial businesses are supposed to contribute to solution to these problems, not to be a cause of them, right? So these are profit-driven businesses that are also contributing to solving social, environmental, and other problems, right? And the central idea of sustainable entrepreneurship is that these activities, which are performed by entrepreneurs, they should not undermine these ecological and social environments in which they operate, right? So they should contribute towards the good in these environments and not towards further degrading them, right? So we have to nurture our environment. We have to contribute towards improving our social environment, and the pillars of these are both social and environmental entrepreneurship. So I'll just show you a couple of definitions of sustainable entrepreneurship. So the first one by Carlson Verick says that sustainable entrepreneurship is the continuing commitment by business to behave ethically and contribute to economic development while improving the quality of life of the workforce, their families, local communities, the society, and the world at large, as well as future generations. So if you look at this definition, it will look like very close to what you would call corporate social responsibility, right? So you have to behave ethically. You want to improve the economic standing, but you also want to contribute to the quality of life of your family, of your wider environment, right? So you're not just working for profit, but you're also working toward improving this kind of environment. Yeah? So the second definition that I have is that Shepard and Patzelt in 2011, that sustainable entrepreneurship is focused on the preservation of nature, life support, and community in the pursuit of perceived opportunities to bring into existence future products, processes, and services for gain, where gain is broadly construed to include economic and non-economic gains to individuals, the economy, and society. So this definition is focused more on environmental concerns, right? So we want to preserve the environment. We want to also preserve the standing of the community. And we're not pursuing just profit, right? So we're pursuing a little bit broader goals, right? So it's economic and non-economic gains. And this is to not just us, but it's also to the wider economy, national economy, and local entrepreneurial ecosystem and society as a whole. Right, so our goals in the business are much wider than just profit for ourselves, our families, our shareholders, and so on. And here's the third definition that I have, is that sustainable entrepreneurship is seen as a way of generating competitive advantage, identifying sustainability as new business opportunities, resulting in new and sustainable products, methods of production, or ways of organizing businesses in a sustainable way. So this definition takes into account that every business actually has to have some kind of competitive advantage. Right? So if you have a business, you have to be better than your competitors in some unique way, and ideally in some way that your customers actually value. Right? And one of the ways to do that is to pursue this kind of sustainable products, to involve sustainability in your processes, and you organize your business in a way that it won't degrade the environment, that it will help your social community, and you leave something also for the future generations, right? So this is basically the introduction, and now I have a couple of questions for you, right? So this is something that you'll work on in the, let's say, next 25 minutes, right? And then you will report back to the class. So I'd say try to assemble groups of maybe about 5, 6 participants and work on these questions, right? So what kind of problem will you solve with your business, right? And also, in what way will your business be sustainable, right? What is your unique value proposition? Who are your customers? Do you need any partners, either other businesses? Do you need some government partners? Do you need NGOs? And what is your financial model, right? So you don't need to do anything elaborate. I mean, you have 25 minutes, but I'm sure you will come up with some good ideas for this, right? So these are the questions to be answered. And in 25 minutes, I'll give one person in each group a mic, and you'll report back to the panel, right? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I guess. I mean, we'll give the mic later when we talk. Yeah, you can always do this.
Morning, ma'am. Sorry, I was on. For the PPT and the video of Vinika Global. Even Andrea Nepal. 150. 150. The last event to wind up is settled by 150 so that we can have give 10-15 minutes to Andrea to speak. हाँ नीट का सेशन देखिए 12 बजे तक है फिर दूसरा वाला
Okay, I think we can start with the presentations. So, any of the groups want to go first? We need volunteers, or I will volunteer. Oh, that's great. We have a volunteer. So please, you have 2-3 minutes. Then
good morning, one and all present here. Today, I'll represent with my business model. So, the first question is, what problem would you solve with your business? So, as far as we know, India is a developing economy. Our problem is our import is higher and export is very less. So, we are solving the problem. We are a consulting company helping the big players such as Reliance to shift their petroleum business into green hydrogen business, in which we are recommending them to invest the $10 billion capex, and then we are consulting them to partnering with the OEMs, that is original manufacturers of green hydrogen, and we are also recommending them to partner with Ashok Leyland to build internal hydrogen combustion engine, that is H2ICE. So that engine will work in the combination of petrol that will reduce the consumption of petrol and reduce the overall carbon footprint. So in that manner, we'll reduce the carbon footprint and able to reduce the shift of dollars from India to Saudi or other oil exporting companies or countries. Or in this engine, this works on the mixture of hydrogen and diesel fuel. So the advantage would be the hydrogen has the highest calorific value. So with less hydrogen, the mileage of the vehicle would be very high and it would be very cost effective as well. So for maintaining the supply chain, we are using the established Geo BP outlets that the Geo already has for the supply of petrol, and they are targeting to produce the green hydrogen by the year 2026, and they have the full plan for this. So the model, as we are the consulting company, though our financial model would be we are charging 10% of the profit margin the company would make in production and selling the green hydrogen.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions for the team? Okay, maybe I'll ask you a question. So, for example, why would your customers decide to work with you, right? What will you know better than them who are in their business?
For customers,
Your customers will be big corporations in energy space, right? If I understand correctly, right?
yeah.
So what would be your, let's say, competitive advantage towards other businesses in this space? Why would they decide for you?
Okay, so the question is, why will they come for us for the consulting? So as far as it's a we are a good team, an experienced team who has experience of working in large firms. So we have hired them. We are partners. Basically, that's the McKinsey or other company has such partners who have experience of working in petroleum and oil industry, who know this industry very well. So that experience can surely make a difference in consulting to large business corporations.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next team. Who wants to go next? All right.
So the problem that we have taken is that the village people in the village don't get clean water, and then the unique value proposition that we have used are that we're using earthen pots with ceramic candles to give out in the to the village people. This can be also part of Clean India program, and it's a social cause. So another unique proposition that it would reflect in our business, and target customers are the villagers and the people who cannot afford those ROs and those expensive systems for clean water. And even if we use like those budget friendly, they cut down your nutrients in the water, and which is very unhealthy because people get a lot of diseases with not getting pure and clean water with nutrients. The partners that we'll be using are the government. We'll be taking help from the government for our financial aids as well. We'll be working with NGOs and social ventures that can help donate to us so that we can make the product easily. And give out to the people who cannot even afford to buy even a single and financial model, government, NGOs, and because we are working with the government and we are working in rural areas, there will be no taxation, there will be tax relaxations for us. So that is another way we can get profit, and then we can put that in our business itself and grow.
That's right. Thank you. Any questions for? You have a question, or you want to go next? Okay, I'll ask a question. So, which part you will start? So, where do you plan to start? Which kind of businesses and where?
So we will basically first we'll have a little research in the market who can help us and whom we can give our products to. So somewhere around our wherever we are setting our business, and people who we have already good relations with, they can help us in the business. Like we can make a good powerful presentation so that they can help us in growing the business and starting it basically.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you want to go next? Oh, you have a question or?
I'm volunteer.
Oh, okay. So who wants to go next? All right, here we have a team that.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So basically, we know the effect of plastic on an environment. So basically, can I speak without my voice?
If you want to, if you have a very strong voice, or you just put it a little bit closer.
Okay. No.
Okay, as you want.
It's fine. So basically, nowadays, we are focusing so much on, like, in 5 years we would be we are trying to remove the plastic. So basically we are focusing on that. So the problem that we want to explain is that instead of removing that plastic, because it's delusion if we say that we want to remove the plastic in next 5 years, or we don't want the plastic to be a part of our daily lives, because it is very much a part of our daily lives. From buying chips packets like Lays, it is very much a part. So what we're going to do is we are planning to use those packets like Lays packets or any chips or any those plastics, and to create a product out of it, which would be bags. Again, there's a very good term, like we can say that blue sea. So it's basically that the competition in this area is very less, because it's a very new idea where people are using plastic to make bags. And again, our focus would be that we would be creating a trend. We would be tying up with the government. So basically we would pitch the government to fund us, because again, it's a social cause. And we have planned to take I'm sorry.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Okay, maybe just a question. So I think there is a lot of competition actually in this area, right? So there's a lot of businesses that are trying to recycle plastic, doing something with plastic, right? So how will you be unique, right? How will you be different than others?
Again, like I said, we have done a little research. When we say that making bags out of plastic, that is a very different concept, especially in India. It would be, again, like we said, we would be creating a trend. When we say creating a trend, we would be tying up with big supermarkets. Again, when we say we don't believe in the philosophy when we say that paper bags are very sustainable alternatives. I'm sorry, it is not. Why? Because again, we are cutting down trees to create a paper bag, and then we say it's a very sustainable way. I feel that, the plastic, because we know it's non biodegradable, we can use that to make different products. It would be more lasting, obviously, durability would be more than a paper. And like you, and again, in later on, we could be using for expansion our business in home decors and creating stuff out of it. Again, there is competition, but our quality and as we planned that we would be pitching to the government first, that would make our product different because again, our cost would be less.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Who wants to go next? All right, here we have.
Good morning. We have come up with a business, sustainable entrepreneurial business idea. That is, we have hair wax. That is from a business idea's name is Hair Affair, and we are providing hair waxes for people. Like first is, what problem would you solve with your business? So it's for the people who have. It's for the people who have like a desire or wish. Some people are there who want to color their hair for every week, and they want to change the colors of the hair. Some people have that wish like that. So it's for the people who have the desire to color their hair for a temporary period of time. Um, our unique value proposition is that it is made up of natural ingredients. There's no bleaching, there's no ammonia, there's beet juice, and there's all the natural ingredients. Another unique value, I know there are a lot of hair wax companies that are already there, but some of the unique things that we are providing, that we have, the things that it is, firstly, it's easy to apply. You can easily apply. It's easily washable, like it stays for up to 2 washes. Then there are a lot of people who want to keep on changing their color, so it's for the mainly for them. Again, our target customers are the people who wish to do this. Then
So you'll basically create a sustainable brand with
sustainable way
Okay.
of just doing this, because there are a lot of people who wish to color. Then firstly, they don't have the time to go to the parlors and salons, spend so much of time on these things. So you can just buy this product. It's we have this pricing strategy. It's a cost plus pricing strategy. You have the production cost, and then we have added the margin. We've also thought of, if this product does well, then we also introduce our shampoos and some hair care products, which will be made specially for the hair wax to wash it off. That'll be better for it.
All right, sounds good. I would rethink maybe the pricing strategy, because almost, I mean, I'd say most of the sustainable, this kind of companies
Yes.
in this space are putting like premium prices on their product.
Yes.
So I would think about that. How will you price yourself? Because you still have to make a
Since
business,
yes, sir.
right?
Since we are a startup, we'll definitely go with a lower price first, because firstly, people are not that much aware of our brand. So just maybe I've gone with like 200 for 450 grams of a jar. It comes for this much, and then as and on it works, and it people are into that. So we'll slowly add up our shampoos for the people if they are using. So slowly with the shampoos will come, and if you wish to purchase, you can go ahead with that also.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next? All right, we have a team there, and then and then a table here.
So, good morning, everyone. Our business idea is to use the scrap leather or waste leather to make the new leather products itself. So, the problem which we will be solving is global leather industries like creates a billions of scrap per year, and we will be using that scrap for making the new products that will be fashionable and trendy in the markets. So our unique value proposition will be, we will be first of all the sustainability, that the waste leather or the animal leather which is not in use, that can be used easily. Second is we are promoting the craftsmanships, like the people who will make the products from the waste products will make by their hands or manually with the small machines. So with this, the craftsmanship can be promoted. Also, there will be a transparency to the customer that the product they are using, its raw material is belong from which like which product, and obviously it will reduce waste, and also customers can get a customization in their products. Next question is our target customers. Our target customers will be Gen Z people who are thinking or in the mindset that leather products are trendy and fashionable and also give a royal look to the complete outfit. So this will be our target audience. Also, the environmentally conscious customers, those who are ready to pay like a premium amount to get environment conscious fashions or outfits. And sir, our business partners will be businesses who like are businesses who have their scrap as leathers, which don't use their leathers, woodlands as their we can buy their scrap material, NGOs like whichever material they get from people for their needy belongingness, so we can also buy from them. So these will be our partners, and our financial model will be our raw material will be pricing less to us, but we will sell them in the comparatively same price to the customers. That's it.
All right. Is there a question for? There's a question right there. I'll give you a mic. My mic.
So as your whole business revolves around using leather, even if it's waste, but a lot of people nowadays are against people that make outfits out of animal leather because
Yes, we have brought a solution to this also. Firstly, Zara, if you are known to this or not, Zara use bark tree to make their leather products. And secondly, we can also produce leather in labs also. So it is not necessary that only animal leather will be used to make scrap or our leather products or that scrap.
okay, yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough. Because you were talking about animal leather, so I just wanted to.
No.
I think one thing you'll also need to overcome, right? The customers using used products, right? So I think you really need to find your target niche that is environmentally conscious, right? And take these products as their own, right? But otherwise, I think it's a really great, interesting idea. Thank you.
First of all, good afternoon, sir. I would like to introduce my first of all 10 team members. This is Guneet, this is Dipansh, myself Jevansh, he is Tarun, and he is Mukund. And we are from FB, Coast Family Business and Entrepreneurship. And you are from
ACCF.
ACCF. So I would go with the first question, that is the problem that we'll solve with our business. The business that we are thinking about, the idea is to sell the organic food products of mainly the North Indian farmers directly to the customers, D2C model. So the basic problem we'll be solving is the price exploitation that is faced by many farmers, that when they go to the many APMCs which are made by the governments, and to provide them with the exact price based on the quality that they have and the produce they have in quantity. Second is the unique value proposition that we'll be having as giving fresh fruits directly to the customers organically, in an organic way. Why? Because when we go with many middlemen in a very normal manner, first we'll go to the APMCs. There are many wholesalers. Then we'll go to retailers, which is a very lengthy process. But when we'll go directly to the customers, the freshness of the product would be maintained, and which will be beneficial for both the customers in terms of the product and in terms of the value to the farmers. Third is our target customers. Our target customers would be organic farmers, but in a whole way, it would be organic farmers. But basically, we'll start with the farmers which are in closest to the metropolitan cities, because of the cold storages we would be introducing. It would be very accessible to them. And the third is the partners. Basically, there would be two partners, government and private. Government would be for certifications of the food products that we'll be dealing in, and the private companies for logistics purpose to make the product reach to the customers. And in the financial model, we'll be first dealing in penetration. The pricing would be very low to make trust of the farmers in our hands and to access them easily.
All right, that's an interesting basically approach to solving this problem, and you're up against pretty strong competition to against retailers who are pretty powerful and have very efficient their supply chains and everything, right? So how would you counter that, let's say, cost advantage and let's say efficiency of the regular retailers?
As there are many evolving companies that are doing this business right now, but the main thing I guess they don't do is the proper market research that they are doing with the farmers. They are not engaged properly with the farmers. We need to give them the assurance of their product first of all by the quality that they have. If the quality is not of that capability, we won't be giving them that prices, which would maintain our quality and maintain our goodwill also of a company, which will.
All right, thank you very much. And we have another team here.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. So we've chosen electric cars as our business idea. So the problems and the unique value proposition, first of all, the problems are that we will solve environmental problems, we will cause less pollution, and we will be using limited resources like petrol and diesel. And there are limited charging stations in India. And as a result, the car can stop in between and it can be a big problem. And a solution for this is that we will be using dynamic induction charging. Dynamic induction charging works when the car is on road and it is moving. So through the tires, it will automatically take energy from the road and it will automatically charge when it's moving. So our target customers, so customers who are concerned about the environment will be our target customers. And talking about the partners, we will be approaching both businesses and the government. And we will take assistance from both. We will approach them with our ideas and we will take assistance. Our financial model. So our financial model will be that we will look for partners and the people who are interested will invest into our business, and that will be our financial idea.
All right, maybe one question. I didn't quite understand what your product actually is.
Our products are electronic vehicles, electric cars.
So you're basically a car company that makes vehicles.
Yes.
A very competitive space, right? How will you go against all the other electric car companies and basically also the establishments, right? So what will you do better?
We will we will come with idea of continuously charging them. And we will put some technology like when the car is moving, as I said, dynamic induction charging. It will automatically charge when the car is moving.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any team that needs to present? We have one more, right? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Mujadid. Me and my team have basically come up with a packaging company. Every company which is in the consumer sector needs to package their product and sell their product. We have basically come up with a product which makes edible packaging, edible and biodegradable packaging. Right. The whole idea behind this was to remove the microplastics from the diet of the people. Various companies have taken action towards this, but they have not been able to sustainably make anything since this requires a lot of R&D in the packaging department. We have, as a company, are completely packaging based and would like to target companies like Varun Beverages, Catch, Jayanti Caters and Paperboard, which basically are small companies and would be able to transform their packaging into a more biodegradable thing. Right. The USP and the UVP to the customers, obviously, we are reducing the overall consumption of plastics and microplastics. But from the company's perspective, we would be able to save in packaging fee, transportation fee, and since we are making the product which is eco-friendly and sustainable in long term, the company would be able to get tax write-offs and stuff, right? The partners, there's a company in US known as Skipping Rock Lab, which was able to make OHO water balls, which are basically biodegradable and edible water balls. The overall packaging and the storage fee of the product is very less. If we are able to partner up with them, we would be able to bring the same technology and packaging to our company, our country and company, and be able to sell these things. The financial model that we have decided to take up would be a royalty-based thing. Since we are a completely novel product in this country, we would be able to sell the product by a royalty basis and be able to make money out of it.
All right. What would you say your competitive advantage would be?
Competitive advantage for our company would be immense, right? Normally, like companies like Varun Beverages, they use plastic bottles and stuff, which has a lot of transport fee, storage fee, carrying costs associated with them. If you're able to make a product which takes very less space, is edible, biodegradable, it will obviously be able to thrive in the in this environment since there's no actual competitor in our field.
All right, that sounds great. Thank you. Okay, I think we have pretty much all presented, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Oh, you're still there. Oh yeah, sure. There is a mic.
You said your products are 100% chemical free, right? So how do you plan then? How will they last a week? Because let's say if we're talking about 100% herbal, if I want to get red hair, I'll apply beetroot, but I don't even think that that will last a whole day. So what sort of product do you want to put that which is chemical free and it will last 1 week? Can you please justify?
No, I didn't really say that it'll last for a week. I just said that if you apply the temporary wax, it will be there for like up to 2 washes. Like if you wash your hair with your normal shampoo, it will fade, but it'll last for like 2 washes. Then again, you have to apply if you want to change the color. Just
But I think we'll have to put some sort of chemical. How would it last even one wash? When we were little, our mom used to apply beetroot so that we'll get red cheeks, red lips. That didn't even last me 1 hour. If I talk about myself, so that on hair, I don't get that. Like,
it's not like that. We do have other extracts also. We have just highlighted the ones that it's not just like other hair color brands or waxes that is like full of those ingredients and chemicals and like that. We do have other extracts also, but mostly it is made as per like it won't damage your hair like that. Not saying that every day you should apply it for that also. And we have also said that if the hair wax does well, we also have customized shampoos for especially for the people who apply that wax. If you're applying that, we especially have those shampoos as well that you can apply it and won't damage your hair as well. Especially made that for us.
I think Sir also highlighted that your pricing is a little high. Why would I spend so much amount of money for one wash or like 2 washes if you're saying? Like, could you please elaborate because I don't get why.
Well, that's the last question. You answer, and then we wrap up the session because we're running out of time. Oh, you are? Okay. Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I was saying that firstly, for a person, I'm not saying ki almost every other person in the room, like I don't really color my hair, but there are people, there are my friends who have seen that they're really into this, who have the need of coloring their hair a lot. So you would definitely spend on a thing that you want to do, you wish to do. People do spend on that. If you have some desire, some people spend on doing their nails. Some people spend 2,000, 3,000 because it's their wish, and they really do spend on that. So for people, especially if you're providing that kind of, if we are providing, we are telling you that it's less harmful, it's less damage. Then we have a price of 200 rupees for a 450 gram pouch. And I'm not saying that the one jar will just finish up in just one thing. The jar may last for like 4 to 5 times if you just apply it on your hair. So according to me, I guess the price is quite lesser only according if we are providing this much of healthy, of this unharmful things.
Thank you both for this lively discussion. And I think this is also a great lesson for businesses, right? So you will encounter lots of questions about your business, especially if you claim it is sustainable, and you will have to answer even those customers that are maybe skeptical about what you're doing, right? So when you prepare your business, you want to think long and hard about everything that can go wrong. So we had an event with investors. And one of the investors said that when you're looking for investment in your business, right, think from the position of investors, right? So think from the position of investors, think from the position of customers, right? When you're developing your business, of course, you're invested in idea, you think your idea is great, and then you have to present it to someone who maybe only has 5 minutes. Right, so you have 2 or 3 minutes to convince them. Either it's investor or it's customers, and they won't give you really much time to explain it in a long way. So you have to figure out what is the value you bring to them, either to invest in your business or to buy your product, right? And say it in a very short, concise way. But I'd say we had a very short time today. And I think we had many great ideas here. So I think that was really wonderful to see. And of course, developing business is a long, arduous process where lots of things can go wrong. But it was great to see this amount of creativity in basically just 1 hour. So I will have one big applause for all of the participants in our. With this, I think we can slowly conclude. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed it, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Specifically, you have focused on the sustainable entrepreneurial workshop. Yes, this workshop rocks. Specifically, you have focused on the ideas developed for the life improvement. Either we are talking about the product, services, different kinds of the products or ideas are given. The students have participated in a meticulous manner. Different kinds of the ideas have been given. Either these are related to the organic industry, electric car, fashion, but the ideas are working. The most important thing, whenever you are giving the idea, what is the value of our idea? Not in your eyes, but in the eyes of investors. It is most important that idea must be the threat. Idea must be the challenge for the society, and now you are converting it into the opportunity for covering it favorable. And whenever you are giving the idea, the most important part is that you have to convince your investors. The investors will think which kind of the value you are adding to your product so that the idea may be converted into the revenue and the risk will be mitigated. Thank you very much, Ivan. You have given us that kind of exposure to the student, and we are getting the students with lot of idea, and the student can work to convert it into the actual life. Thank you very much to all of you, to all the students also who have participated. Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, all the students. And you will be getting the certificate for participation in this workshop, everybody. Ivan, can you give at least one who was the best idea? Yeah.
I wouldn't like
Ah.
several great ideas. So I think students are
Okay, right. So then everybody will get a certificate of participation for this workshop, and probably we'll give it by tomorrow, all of you, right? Thank you so much for your participation. I hope you all enjoyed the activity and you learned something out of it. And we'll come out with more such activities. And you also, because you all are part of eCell, and you should all now try to explore more ideas and what can be more sustainable ideas for and you can contribute towards the society. Thank you so much, everybody. And all the faculty, students, and the guests can join us for the high tea now. High tea in F2 launch. Please come, everybody.
That brings together thought leaders, scholars, practitioners, researchers to explore innovative approaches, strategies, and best practices that can enable sustainable entrepreneurship. On day one, we had some very enlightening sessions with many good research papers pertaining to themes like sustainable finance, sustainable operations, and sustainable marketing. Today, we begin with the technical session 4 on sustainable entrepreneurship. And as we all know, that entrepreneurs today face a complex dilemma. So, a successful and a modern entrepreneur must find ways to provide sustainable innovation and solve environmental problems. So, in this session, we will be having some more good research papers which would be highlighting the increasing need of entrepreneurship. So, now I would request Priya Mathur to take the session forward by introducing the session chairs and the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good morning, everyone. Kindly take your seats. Before proceeding further, we'll go through a very quick introduction of our session chairs for the session. First, we have Dr. Ivan Zupnik. Welcome, sir. A very good morning to you. Professor Ivan Zupnik is a senior lecturer in entrepreneurship at the Institute of Management Studies, Goldsmiths University of London. He received his PhD degree in Management and Organization from the School of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana. His research interests include bibliometrics, text analysis, digital economy, high growth firms, and research methods. He is a co-founder and organizer of London Text Analysis Conference. His research has been published in peer-reviewed journals such as Organizational Research Methods, Journal of Business Research, Management Decision, and European Management Journal. And before entering academia, he founded a consulting business and worked as a project manager and software engineer for tech startups. A very good morning to you, sir. Welcome to the session. Pooja ma'am, please felicitate him with the welcome gift and sapling. Can we have a huge round of applause for the sir? Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Prahlad Rathore joining us online today. Dr. Prahlad Rathore is an esteemed figure in finance and accounting. He holds a permanent role as a professor backed by an extensive academic journey comprising an MCom, MBA, NET, and a PhD from KUD. His career commenced as a lecturer, progressing to pivotal positions at renowned institutions like Karnataka University and Vishwaresya Technological University, where he reached a stature of associate professor. He's joining us online. Can we have a huge round of applause recognizing his presence today?
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Rathore's academic vigor extends beyond teaching, delving into administrative roles, notably as a coordinator of eCell and Communication Research Center and in hostel management. Renowned for his research acumen, he has supervised numerous PhD and MPhil candidates, guided PG projects, and undertaken research projects. His contributions adorn national and international journals, books, and conferences. Active in seminars workshops, and memberships in prestigious bodies like AIMA, ICA, and IAA. Dr. Rathaur's multifaceted involvement across boards of studies as an examiner, reviewer, and committee member underscores his dedication to shaping academia's future. Next, we have with us Ms. Nancy Gupta. She is also a co-chair for this session. Ms. Nancy Gupta is a founder with an unwavering commitment to craftsmanship and a deep appreciation for the environment. Our founder, Nancy Gupta, embarked on a mission to revive the ancient art of paper making, drawing inspiration from traditional techniques while infusing them with modern aesthetics, designs. Along with her team, created a brand that stands at the intersection of artistry and eco-consciousness. We extend a heartfelt welcome to you, ma'am. Pooja ma'am, could you please felicitate her with a welcome gift and sapling? Please, a very huge round of applause for ma'am. Swaracha ma'am, please join us. Dr. Pooja Nanda and Swaracha ma'am are beloved faculty members as teacher coordinators for this session. Can we please recognize their presence as well? Now we'll be starting with our presentations for the session. Each and every presenter will get 15 minutes of presentation time and 5 minutes of question answer round. First, we will have Ms. Punita Goyal, Dr. Punita Goyal, Ms. Kanu Pava, and Dr. Jyoti Rana, who are affiliated with the Amity College of Commerce and Finance and the SBSU Haryana. And they will be presenting on the topic family involvement in business and intellectual capital performance with evidence from India. Can we have the presenters, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kanu Pava, and today I'm presenting a topic on family involvement in business and intellectual capital performance from India. So, basically, the purpose of my study is to mingle both the terms, that is family business and intellectual capital performance. And further, I want to explore the impact of family related factors on intellectual capital performance of family owned business in India. So, family owned business, what is family owned business? We have a company with the shareholding belonging to the founder family, having more than 15% of ownership stake, and also engaging the multi-generation in the business. Those companies, I have classified them as a family owned business. So, intellectual capital performance, what is intellectual capital performance? Basically, it is an ability of a business to utilize its intangible assets to generate the value for the firm. Intangible assets is used for the bookkeeping and accounting research, and intellectual capital is generally used in the management literature. So both the terms are interrelated with the intellectual capital performance. Intellectual capital is the knowledge, skills, and expertise that the company possess in order to enhance the performance of the company and boost efficiency and gain the competitive advantage over the competitors. So I'm using the intellectual capital performance. In order to calculate the intellectual capital performance, I'm using the Pulic, based model, that is modified MBEC, as a proxy to measure the intellectual capital performance. So this is a model, modified back model. Intellectual capital, I have taken the components for the intellectual capital, which is the components are human capital, innovation capital, and relational capital. And one more component is capital employed. So these values are extracted from the financial statements of the companies, and then I have just calculated as a intellectual capital performance. So my research methodology is I have taken the NSE 500 Indian listed companies, where I have identified 196 family owned business on the basis of some criteria like ownership pattern and family members' involvement in the board of directors, and also the family members serving as a position of CEO and the chairman of the company. So financial data, financial data were extracted from the Provis database, leading to the final sample of 196 listed family-owned businesses. This is a research framework where family-related variables I have taken: family involvement in ownership, family involvement in management, and family generation. I'm just exploring the impact of family-related factors on intellectual capital performance. These are the results and analysis which I have done through. Further, the outcomes came. I have find that ownership stake by the family members have a significant and positive impact on intellectual capital performance, whereas the involvement of family members on the board of directors and daily basis participation of the family members have a negative influence on the intellectual capital performance. Also, I have found that where the company having the CEO belonging to the same family has a positive impact on the intellectual capital performance. So these are the conclusion. Till now, intellectual capital performance has been neglected by the research scholars. So So the outcomes clearly indicates that family plays an important role in raising the intellectual capital performance of the company. And what are the implications? Implications of the study for the managers would be to having more focus on investing more in the competencies and capabilities of the employees, so that they can improve the performance of intangible assets, and also for the investors. They can also check the performance of a family-owned business by selecting their best investment opportunities to invest, or whether to invest or not. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Sure. Any questions, please? Yeah. Yeah.
Can you, hello? Yes, can you please go to that slide of finding? Yes, ma'am. Yes, I cannot get the first finding. Can you please explain this?
Ma'am, actually, I have checked the ownership stake of the family members in the company. So they have a positive influence on the overall intellectual capital performance. Or if the family members are participating in the management activities, if they are the members of the board of directors, so that influence has a negative impact on intellectual capital performance.
So, how could you define this intellectual capital?
Intellectual capital basically skills, knowledge and experience that the company possess. Basically the human resource जो उनकी कंपनी में है वो किस तरीके से एम्प्लॉयज को कैसे ट्रीट किया जाता है, एम्प्लॉयज कैसे उनको that human capital efficiency I'm taking as a one of the component for intellectual capital performance.
So you are talking about family business or any of the business in which family members are involved? Because we can have in business forms,
yes,
we
ma'am.
can have like one person company we are having,
Yes.
all sole proprietors.
Yes, ma'am.
So they are having their own intellectual capital as well as the family members.
Yes, ma'am.
So how can we differentiate that if the family members are on board
Yes, ma'am.
for the company that they are entertaining employees from outside, or they are just creating one
Ma'am, actually, I have taken the 3 basic criteria to identify family-owned business from NSE 500. So I have taken the 3 basic criteria, right? First is ownership stake, at least 15% ownership stake by the family member. Second is number of family members present in the board of directors. And the third one is if the family member serving the position of CEO or the chairman of the company. So these 3 criteria, on the basis of these 3 criteria, I have considered the company as a family-owned company, family-owned business.
Thank
you.
Maybe just one question. So, what are you have your findings, but what are your findings implications more for, let's say, the theory for the research field, right? So, what kind of what would be more of a substantive thing that your findings would say for the state of theory in the
सर बेसिकली फैमिली बिजनेस में कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स देखे गए थे, कुछ चैलेंजेस हैं लाइक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बिटवीन फैमिली मेंबर्स एंड द नॉन फैमिली मेंबर्स, राइट? तो उस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को इरेडिकेट करने के लिए, कम से कम करने के लिए यहाँ पे कुछ लिस्टेड कंपनीज कर दी गई ताकि वो डिस्क्लोज कर सकें द ट्रांसपेरेंसी बिटवीन द मेंबर्स. So agency theory मैंने एक बेस लिया है for my studies.
Yeah. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Your second findings, they say they can be explained by the fact that the presence of founder, CEO, chairman,
yes,
right, are significantly related to the higher IC performance. Yes. So how can you explain me this relationship and how the relationship has been set between the variables? Do you have any slide showing that how they are affecting the IQ performance? You are taking a regression or what kind of?
Yes, ma'am. I have done the dynamic panel data regression. So on the basis of that result.
So is there any equation which is coming out how they are affecting? These are your results,
yes, ma'am,
of the test,
yes,
right? But where is the relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable? That equation has to be there, yes, right? I have done that. Yes. It's better you include that, okay, right? Then only it will be clear how it is affecting.
Yes, ma'am. And this is like a research framework I have put the equation.
Yes, so include that also.
Okay, ma'am.
Any more questions from anybody?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, it was nice presentation. I want to know about the methodology of your research study. In the presentation, there are 500 respondents chosen as far as family owned business is concerned. So what is the base for choosing those 500 family owned businesses?
Sir, actually, I have taken the NSE 500 listed companies, listed Indian companies. So on the basis, sir, उसमें फिर मैंने identify किया है which company has a ownership stake, family ownership stake in the company, and 196 companies have taken as a sample, which is considered as a family-owned business. So that's Sir, I have taken the listed companies because companies की shareholding pattern share किया जाता है on the database progress, और shareholding pattern से I have clarity which company has a family ownership stake and which is not. So,
right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We may proceed with the next candidate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Preeti Sharma, Dr. Apurva, and Dr. Rashi Gupta, who are affiliated with Sharda University, Noida, and they will be enlightening us by presenting on the topic of mapping research gaps in reported skills required for women entrepreneurs in Industry 4.0. Ma'am, you have the floor for the next 15 minutes and 5 minutes of the question answer round.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Preeti, Associate Professor, Sharda School of Business Studies, Sharda University. Today, I'll be presenting a research paper on mapping research gap in reported skills required for women entrepreneurs in Industry 4.0. For this paper, my co-authors are Dr. Rashi Gupta and Dr. Apurva Verma from Sharda University. So before going deep into the study, first we'll understand Industry 4.0 in the context of women entrepreneurship. So if I talk about women entrepreneurship, it has already a lot of challenge starting from gender discrimination, moral support, family support, financial support. There are a lot of challenges for women entrepreneurs in nowadays. But if we take the scenario of Industry 4.0, these challenges seems to be, enhanced a little bit because of the acceleration in the technology, advancement in the technology, which includes the use of big data, use of current technologies, use of financial strategies, use of different tools and techniques which are required in current scenario. So I felt that this topic was required to be addressed so that women entrepreneurs who are not over with the previous challenges which are related to the challenges which I just quoted, again the new challenges has come up with the Industry 4.0. And with this, we are in the scenario of like in few years, 1 or 2 years, we will be in Industry 5.0. So before going into that, now there is a requirement to understand that how these challenges can be tackled with the some policy which can be made from educational point of view or from government point of view to overcome these challenges for female entrepreneurs. Now, question is, what is the requirement for this? We are going to do a research in this particular topic, because in India, female entrepreneurs form a portion of around 30% revenue of Indian population. So, if these challenges are not overcome, then it will be difficult to save women entrepreneurs in current scenario. So, there was a requirement of this topic. So now with the introduction of my study, as technological landscape is changing nowadays, we have different technologies upcoming and there is a need for the advancement of women entrepreneurs to change themselves, to adopt themselves in every phase of their business span. Then there is a significance of this industry so that women entrepreneurs can do well in Industry 4.0. So this current study suggests a theoretical framework that bridges the gap between entrepreneurship model and government policies. So here we have tried to suggest the need and the model for changing the role of entrepreneurship for women entrepreneurs to be successful in current scenario. So this is the model. If we notice that we have certain variables which are responsible for being successful in current scenario or to show the entrepreneurial ability to be successful in that particular scenario, starting from human capital. Once we talk about human capital, here we talk about the educational background, the vocational training, the educational training which the women entrepreneurs should have when they enter into a business. See, if we talk about our study, this is only based on the primary data, though we wanted to conduct a secondary database study as well to notice that are these factors really influencing or not. So that is our second plan, which we'll be doing in another paper. But currently we have focused on primary data only, wherein we have asked the questions from women entrepreneurs. I'll show the research methodology portion as well. So if we go in human capital, as I suggested, that it is all about the educational, vocational entrepreneur training, which is required for female entrepreneurs to be successful in their jobs or in their businesses. Then we see digital marketing competence. So these are the techniques which female entrepreneurs need to advertise, to promote their business, to have a better reach in the current scenario. So these technical skills and everything is required for female entrepreneurs. So we should, we should have a policy, we should have a program so that they can be given these training and techniques so that they understand better how to cope up in current business environment. Then we talk about social capital. So under social capital, we have network and support. Network and support means we talk about moral support which they get from their families and their people who are around them. And then we also talk about the network benefit, because the bigger the network, because then we'll talk about in this, the bigger network they have, they will be more successful and they will be able to generate more revenue, because network helps in creating businesses. So that is all about social capital when they have. Then we talk about financial literacy. So financial literacy, when we say, when a female entrepreneur is making a plan, she should be aware how to, predict the risk and return of their business, how to calculate that what a future will bring for them. So everything, a little bit training on them, what should be the right working capital, what are the required funds which they will be requiring to be successful. Because if suppose they are not aware about these terms, then it is possible that they will lack planning in the initial phase. And it is said that if the plan is made good, then the chances of success are more than 70%. So they should be aware that how they will plan their risk and return policy, what should be the working capital, and what will be the avenues from where they can get the funds. For example, if any female entrepreneur want to start a business now, so then they should know from where, like MSME, or from what will be the source from where they can get the fund. So everything related to that, they should be made aware. So these are all the policy formulation which we'll be doing on the basis of this research. Then we talk about technological proficiency. So this is about recent technology which is required for female entrepreneurs to be successful in current era. So these recent technologies will require the portfolio making, then to reply on different platforms to generate business. There are several platforms. So how they can reach, how they can show their presence through digital platforms and technology they can use to promote their business and to promote themselves as well. Then we talk about financial technology awareness. They can calculate risk and return well, but they should be aware about the financial technologies, account handling, and everything they should be aware of. So this entire model we have created from our study, which will be helpful for female entrepreneurs in current scenario in Industry 4.0. So the objective of our study is to suggest a particular foolproof plan so that government policies and other policies can be made to make female entrepreneurs aware about all these points so that they can be the chances of success for their business can be increased. So significance, I have already explained the significance. It is about the policy maker. Government can make different policies to make female entrepreneurs better entrepreneurs. So in current digital India and skill India, we can suggest and promote different policies which will be helpful for female entrepreneurs. And this study also inform about managerial strategies and policies, which will, will be able to remove the gender discrimination which is happening. And then because we have previous studies which have shown the challenges for female entrepreneurs, which include the gender discrimination as well. So these policies include the policies related to funding, creating the skill for female entrepreneurs, creating a good network for them, creating a overall conducive environment in which they can grow. So now this was the introduction. Now we talk about the hypothesis. We have taken 6 hypotheses wherein we try to find out the relationship between human capital, educational background with the entrepreneurial ability or the success chances of success. Then social capital with the entrepreneurial ability, is there any relationship? Digital market competencies, is there any relationship between the performance and abilities or not? Then financial literacy, is there any relationship or not? Then technological proficiencies, is there any relationship between entrepreneurial success or these factors or not? Then financial technological awareness. All the 6 factors of the model I have taken into the study. Then the respondents, initially we administered the questionnaire to 350 respondents, but lastly we could take only 289 responses for the final because some were not complete, some which we could not collect that. These are the variables of study which I have already explained. These are 6 are latent variable and 1 is the observed variable, which is the entrepreneurial performance. And we have the research question drawn from the hypothesis itself that there is a relationship in these factors or not. Then to develop the questionnaire, we have referred different research paper which helped us to draw these variables to include in our study as a research question. So we have certain research questions. For that we have references. We have drawn our references from these studies. So all the 6 factors have been taken in this. And then this represents the respondent profile wherein we have taken different age groups and the marital status, educational background. Then these are the small businesses which we have focused on. We have not focused on big business houses. We have taken small areas like tiffin and food service, boutique and fashion studio, beauty care, preschool and daycare, event management and plan, and family business and some other businesses. So we have not focused on very big business houses, but small things which we have taken because nowadays we can see these entrepreneurs are found everywhere, even in societies and many places you will find female entrepreneurs working on small lines wherein sometimes they feel a lack of support from family or from financial or from other aspect. But yes, this model will help them to overcome with the help of different policies which government can plan on the basis of suggestions. Then data analysis, we have used SEM on SPSS. And for future also, we are planning to do a neural network research on this. We are working on that. And this is the outcome of the study where we have factor loading and the Cronbach alpha reliability factor. And lastly, we have presented a result of model fit, which says that the model is absolutely fit for this study. And this is about model adaptation, the model which has been discussed in the beginning. This is giving some suggestions which we have been highlighted here. And this is all about our research. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mark?
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, can you explain the government policies in details that are already made by the government to for the female entrepreneurs to make them stand in industry movement?
See, there are different policies, small policies, like we are aware about Anganwadi policy, and there are MSME policies which provide technical and financial support to female entrepreneurs. But what we lacked in, we saw the technical and financial support, but nowhere they mentioned about the requirement of Industry 4.0, which is like we have never thought of, like are they able to handle the account themselves? Are they like able to handle the portfolio themselves? Are they able to promote themselves on digital media? Are they aware about these things? Such program has never been made earlier, though we have several programs. So this study is focusing on those areas which actually in real life the female entrepreneurs are facing. So this is.
More questions for ma'am? No? That's it. Oh, joining. So you have mentioned social capital once. So can you elaborate on that? How would you provide social like support to the women entrepreneurs?
Yeah. So this is all about networking. Like the more the networking will be there, then they will be able to make more contact. And we have directly linked that more contact will bring more revenue plus better approach for female entrepreneurs to reach. So for that, we have suggested different programs, small program where, like for example, here conference going on, we are meeting people. So in the basis of networking also, we have different programs, we have different fairs, trade fairs, where products are displayed and everywhere. They should be they should be given a particular platform where they will be getting the information of all these. Plus, they will be getting the chance of going there and making the network for themselves.
Actually, my question was the family problems they have. I was
Family
not talking
problems.
about the networking problem.
Okay.
The family support. How would family support them if they are facing problems?
Right. So for that, like for example, on the basis of previous challenges which we were talking about, one of the challenges is there are chances when there are chances of success more than family supports. But when the chances of success are less, family also try to make you understand that it's okay. Maybe it is not possible right now. So by equipping them in different aspect and by giving them more chances of success, we will be helping them so that their family also supports them. So here in this program, we are trying to make the chances of more success for them.
What is your place of study?
Sorry?
Where is the place of study? The samples have been collected.
This
from
is Gautam Budh Nagar. Gautam Budh Nagar.
Only Gautam Budh Nagar,
Yeah.
restricted to that place.
Yes, yes. We have taken 350 female entrepreneurs in that area.
Only from Greater Noida.
Yeah. So here I would like to tell, like in Charda University, we have also received a seed fund for developing a skill fund. So already we are doing this for Gautam Budh Nagar, wherein we are giving them different trainings programs. So it is a fund of 2 lakh which we will be, spending on them so that skill development takes place. And previously they put stalls in Charda University wherein they made Rakhi and different things, and they made revenue also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have a presentation by Ms. Riya Ghai, Punita Goel, ma'am, and Dr. Neeti Nandini Jatnani on the title "Sustainability of Self-Help Group Enterprises in India: A Qualitative Analysis." They are affiliated with our Amity College of Commerce and Finance and the Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi. Please have the floor, ma'am. So, very warm good afternoon to everyone present here, to all our guests and our session chairs, Professor Dr. Evans Upik sir, Dr. Prahlad Rathod, Miss Nancy Gupta ma'am, Dr. Pooja Nanda ma'am, and Swaricha ma'am. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Ria, and I'm a research scholar of Amity University. And I am working under the guidance of Dr. Punita Goel ma'am and Dr. Neeti Nandini ma'am. I'm here to present my paper, which aligns with the International Conference of Sustainability. And my topic is Sustainability. And my topic is Sustainability of Self-Help Group Enterprises in India, a qualitative analysis. I'm sure everyone must know about self-help groups, but just to give you a brief, self-help groups are a small group of people of poor and marginalized group, and they try to empower marginalized and poor and improve their lives and socio-economic conditions. This is quite prominent and fast emerging as a powerful tool. And my study involves self-help group analysis in Pan India, and self-help group, these are basically the credit groups and mostly informal groups. As you all have heard of cooperative societies, I'm sure they are not the cooperative societies, but they are self-help groups, informal group. And the people in the self-help groups, the members, they pool their savings and re-lend, and they try to become larger cooperative societies. Just to give you a brief of my extended review of literature of about 200 papers that I've read, national and international. Sir and ma'am, my review of literature involves that there are numerous research studies that have been conducted, but basically they are trying to find out what are the benefits that self-help group people, both men and women, they get after joining these groups. So what benefits they drive after joining? Also, there's an extensive research study that is available basically on women empowerment. But my study is an extended version of it that I will let you know later. But the review of literature tells that they are telling you how a woman is empowered after joining self-help group. And there are a lot of benefits. Several studies have explored the factors. For example, that the per capita income has increased or the expenditure has improved, and a lot of other things that have highlighted in the review of literature. Just to give you a brief, there's international author Etino in Kenya in 2022, and Joshi in 2019, Brody in 2016, and George and Priya in 2016. They all are telling about the last review of literature, that what are the benefits they achieve after joining self-help groups. So now just to give you a brief of the research gap that I found after the extended literature review is that my research revolves around that what are the drivers that facilitate and deterrents that refrain them from joining self-help group. So basically, I would be covering on the parameters and the factors that drives individual to join self-help group, why they want to join and why they don't want to join. This particularly is quite inconclusive in the research. Also, very interesting research gap that I found, that post-COVID, after pandemic, what challenges these self-help group have faced in the marketing, in their mobility, that is also quite limited. So now comes on to the objectives that I have highlighted. Number one objective of my research study is that I will be finding the individual drivers and deterrents for the sustainability of self-help group. Number second objective, I will be examining organizational challenges. And in my organizational challenges, I have highlighted, sir and ma'am, operational challenges also and post-COVID challenges also. Because of that hinders the sustainability of self-help group. Sir and ma'am, this is my research methodology. I'm sure you must have heard of Ritchie and Spencer work in 1994. So this is my qualitative analysis, sir, that I have taken from.
And on the basis of qualitative analysis, I've done thematic analysis, that I've created themes from the interviews that I've taken from approximately 50 to 55 respondents. Sir, I have been to various fairs, especially that happened last year in Noida Haat, Delhi Haat, Suraj Kund Mela, and recently Indian International Trade Fair was there in Pragati Maidan. And I have specially visited to NCUI in Delhi, Hoskas. They are the organizers of self-help group to conduct the interview. And I have about 52 participants, sir, that I've collected across the regions, so pan-India. So my representation of qualitative analysis is a 5-step process, as everyone can see. Firstly, I took the interviews and I have noted down the observational notes from all the individuals that caters both men and women that I want to mention here. And then I've found the drivers, deterrents, and the challenges. Then I organized the data, identified the patterns. Then I created the themes and then explored some new factors also that I'll be showcasing in the next slide. As you all can see, sir and ma'am, these are the individual drivers for sustainability of self-help group. Thank you. These are the individual drivers for sustainability of self-help groups. And I have presented a chart here. And these charts are the personal experiences of the men and women that they have quoted here. And I have taken the observational notes. And on the basis of that, I've created themes over here. So these are my themes, sir. Socioeconomic factors, cultural and personal factors, gender equality, government policies and programs. So these are 4 themes that I've created. These are 4 themes that I've created. And these are their charts. So income generation opportunities, financial inclusion, entrepreneurial aspirations, sense of belongingness, and some other factors. These are the drivers that why people want to join self-help groups. Taking you to the deterrents, that why they don't want to join the self-help groups. And on the basis of my research, I've created 3 themes in this. One is initial impediments, functional impediments, and marketing impediments. And these are some of the factors like family restrictions, social stigma, mistrust, and there were a lot more. These are the individual deterrents. And lastly, I want to highlight the operational challenges hindering the sustainability of self-help groups. So these are the operational challenges that they face after joining self-help groups, that why they are not able to sustain after they have joined self-help groups. For example, the group dynamics. So I interviewed one group and they said that the group doesn't go in collaboration, that they don't work cooperatively. A lot of women just leave the group, and especially, these are the challenges that the self-help groups are no longer sustainable. And health and well-being is one another factor, especially for women. They say that, there's a lot of stress, household, and both they're not able to balance their personal and professional lives. So this is something new in my research study, that is post-COVID challenges are hindering the sustainability of self-help group. I recently conducted an interview in Pragati Maidan, and I got to know that the policies are made actually by the government, but they are not that well implemented. A lot of women groups, they face that they don't have the access to online platforms. To be very honest, they weren't aware on how to sell their products online, especially Amazon or Meesho. So these are the post-COVID challenges that they faced. Absence of savings. So, ma'am, after COVID, their savings are absolutely exhausted and they are not able to produce a lot more. So that is why this is one of the So this is another post-COVID challenge that they faced. Restrictions of mobility, as everyone know that in COVID times, they were not able to move and do the production, meet their group and create something new. So they weren't able to create something new. So this was another post-COVID challenge. And impact on mental well-being. I'm sure everyone knows post-COVID, a lot of impact has happened on the mental well-being also. People were in the trauma, they were not able to get the employment opportunities. So this is another factor post-COVID. So these are my conclusive findings. that entrepreneurial aspirations, sense of belongingness, and social networks. These are the individual drivers that why people join self-help group. Mistrust, lack of coordination, and customer perception. These are the deterrents that why they don't want to join self-help group. Just to give you a brief of customer perception, that people think self-help group, so the products would be, of course, very cheap because these are made by the women, and the quality is not that good. So the customers expect in these fairs that this would be quite economical or very low prices, but that's not the case. And operational challenges, health and well-being, technological constraints, infrastructural ecosystem, and post-COVID challenges is limited access to online platforms, restrictions on mobility, and production constraints. I'm not saying that these factors are not covered in the review of literature. They have been covered by Naik 2020, Kaur and Sachin 2016, George and Pia 2016. They have been covered, but these are my new findings from the interviews that I have taken. And lastly, I would like to give the implications to government, microfinance institutions, and NGOs that you should provide more trainings, more financial assistance to these self-help groups. Like nowadays, government is providing. Our Prime Minister is giving a platform. They are tying up with Meesho and Amazon, but there should be more such awareness, especially to the young generation, that self-help groups are there and we should buy the products from them. We should implement health awareness camps. It's very important for them to be aware that health comes first. Just like other platforms are using data-driven insights, everywhere data-driven insights are there, be it Zomato, be it any other platform. So data-driven should be taught to these self-help groups also. And just like COVID came, the self-help groups should know that how to mitigate during such pandemic losses. And thank you so much for your patient listening. I'm open to question answer round.
Any questions? Anybody would like to?
First of all, very well presented. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just I want to that implication wala slide. Right? Yes. The last second point, use of data-driven insights. So, can you give certain suggestions that how the government can step out for this data-driven insight?
Okay. So data-driven insights to identify areas of improvement and measure the impact of interventions. So I interviewed a group from Jammu and Kashmir, particularly from Spiti, and they said that, we are not aware. We have first time coming to North, the Pragati Medan, to sell our products, and they sell products that are quite good wool. Because there, of course, the temperature is quite cold. So they said if we know that the Delhi temperature is not that cold, we would involve something mixed with cotton, a blended wool. I think our products would be more approachable to people. People don't buy because one or two products only, but then they feel it's quite heavy, we should not buy. So it's one of the example I want, that the government should know what problems they are facing, what audience want, and accordingly they can create such products, and such driven products should be catered, not what they are producing and just selling over here. That's it. Thank you.
I maybe have more of a comment than a question, right? So I just say you base your methodologically mostly on the Rich and Spencer 94. And I'd say what the things you do go very well in line with how, let's say, grounded theory is done in modern qualitative papers, right? So something akin to Jaya methodology and put it first order teams, second order teams, and so on. So I would maybe broaden your references for the qualitative methodology, right? So I would base it a little bit on grounded theory, a little bit on Jaya methodology, and construct maybe a richer description of how you did the methodology. But otherwise, I think it's well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other question?
Prahlad, sir, if you have any questions on my research, you may please.
Hello, Prahlad sir, am I audible? Is there any?
Yeah, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. It was good presentation by Ria. I have one question with you. What are the modern challenges faced by innovative women entrepreneur at present, especially after COVID period?
So,
I'm
can you?
talking new challenges, new challenges.
Yes, sir. The online platform and the production, less production facilities, because, sir, their savings were so exhausted that they were not able to do the production, even for the basic things like the bio fertilizers that they create or the sanitizers they produce. But they, of course, need savings. Another factor is that their health and mental, especially the mental well being, was quite impacted after COVID due to a huge financial as well as personal loss that they faced. And another, sir, I'm sure you must have read it, but it's actually still not there, is that lack of access to online platforms. Sir, recently in Pragati Medan, only I got to know that they are tying up, they are learning the process of getting themselves linked to Meesho and Amazon, but it's still inconclusive. So that these are the new post-COVID challenges that I have encountered, sir.
Good. We have to focus more on the challenges which is faced by the women entrepreneur, particularly after COVID. So most of the research paper I have seen as an expert in the most of the seminar, even after COVID, they used to write the same problems, traditional problems which were there before the COVID. So we need to look at all those challenges and we need to carry forward the further research also.
Surely, sir.
Good, madam. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you. I thank you all for your patient listening, and thank you to my guide and my co-guide, Dr. Punita ma'am and Dr. Neeti Nandini, for their constant support. Thank you so much all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we move towards the next presentation, we have a guest address by Andrea Caputo, who is a professor of strategy and negotiation at the University of an associate professor at the University of Trento, Italy. He received his PhD from the University of Rome Tor Vergata, Italy. His award-winning research was published in over 100 contributions concerning entrepreneurial decision-making, negotiation, digitalization and sustainability, internationalization and strategic management of SMEs. In 2021 and 2022, he was ranked amongst world's top 2% scientists list of outstanding researchers prepared by El Silvestre BV, Stanford University, USA. He is editor-in-chief of Strategic Journal of Change and of the Enterprising Communities, editor of the Entrepreneurial Behavior Emerald Book Series, and associate editor of Journal of Management and Organization, Business Ethics and Environment and Responsibility Management Decisions, as well as the Business Research Quarterly. We welcome you, sir. Please have the floor. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello, good morning. Can you confirm that you can hear me well?
Yes, so you're audible. You're audible.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank Amity University and the organizer of this conference for the opportunity to talk to you. And I do apologize, but I'm currently, as you can see, with a coat in the waiting room of a car dealer because something happened to my car in the morning, so I needed to be here. Nevertheless, I really didn't want to lose the opportunity to connect with this community and to present the journal. So thank you very much for inviting me. Let me share my screen. If I can do that. May I ask you to confirm that you can see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I was introduced, I'm Andrea Caputo, and I'm editor-in-chief of Strategic Change and co-editor-in-chief of Journal of Enterprise and Communities. And I was asked today to present the two journals with and associated publishing opportunities that we may have also for the audience and the presenters at the conference. I know that my colleague Ivan Zupic is there with you, and he's an associate editor for Bureau of Enterprise and Community. So thank you, Ivan, for the invitation. But I would say that if you have any questions, please get he's there, so you can definitely have a chat with him as well. So starting up let me present first strategic change. So this is a journal, a challenge that I took over in 2023. So I'm the new editor and I'm closing my first year, and the journal was completely, let's say, unstructured. So Wiley asked me to nominate a totally new editorial board and associate editor, so it's been quite challenging. And as you can see, we have the aim to be a global journal. So the journal has been mostly focused with the United Kingdom and United States of America so far. But our decision and my leadership would like to be a truly global journal. So you can see some of the names there. We are organized by departments. So basically, for example, a few names there: Felix Arendt. He is responsible mostly for strategic management and logistic and supply chain. Marina Dabic is responsible for international business and entrepreneurship. Casey Kim is responsible for marketing, while Giacomo Marzi for innovation, Ariel Newman for social entrepreneurship, Wilson Eng for strategic management and finance, Yanis Spirakis for entrepreneurial finance, Massimiliano Pellegrini for entrepreneurial behavior and organizational behavior, and Simone Pizzi for sorry, già mi dà 10 minuti? Sì, grazie. Apologies, but they were asking me to take something. So, and Simone Pizzi for SDG and financial reporting. So, as an overview, Strategic Change wants to be a general management journal focused quite specifically with the management and organization of strategic change. So, we aim to become the home of microcentric research that is both theoretically and rigorously funded, but also practically relevant. So our articles have a strong practical aspect, which it doesn't mean only to have some practical implication toward the end of the paper, but we would like a paper that starts from a practical problem. So the practical impact should be at the, let's say, at the main reason from the paper. We take empirical, conceptual, and review papers. Our papers are concise, so we publish very short papers, as you can see, between 3,000 and 5,000 words of text only. So we would like to have papers that avoid to, let's say, review literature that is not necessary. So your paper should be quite straight to the point, rigorous, but at the same time quite concise. We welcome interdisciplinary collaboration, so we think the best papers that have been published in journal were actually collaboration across different fields. We have a double-blind peer review process, and something that normally authors appreciate is that we have a pre-format submission. So this means that you don't need to format the paper according to our standard. So per submission, you can submit it in any standard, and then you will be asked to reformat it if you're accepted. So this way we save you the pain from organizing. In terms of rankings, we are a 2-star in the ABS list and Q2 in Shimago, and we just received our first impact factor. It's 2.8, and as you can see, our site score and site score tracker which are somehow a predictor of the future impact factor. They are quite higher than our impact factor, so we are on a growing trajectory. Here you can see on the left-hand side the main databases that index our journal. That's quite standard as any journal that is indexed in SOP and report science. Some further statistics, as you can see, number. We have a very high rejection rate. During my tenure, we reject 93.3% of the papers. Mostly, I would say, because we receive papers that I would say a good quantity, they do not fit with the scope of the journal. So we received papers from authors that didn't bother to read the new journal Vision. I recently published an editorial in which I outline what we would like to see in the journal, and the rest would be papers that are of poor quality. So we have a policy of sending to associate editors and to the reviewers only papers that we think are going to survive the peer review process. So my suggestion would be, if you wish to submit, make sure you submit your best draft to us. We have 40 years of history, as you can see, and a fun fact is that the first article in the journal was published by Igor Ansov, which is one of the fathers of strategic management, so it's quite a respectable journal. And we aim to become a 3-star journal in the next 5 years. So if you are especially a young researcher, probably we are the right outlet for growing together. Going to Journal of Enterprising Communities. This is a journal that I am co-editor-in-chief together with Leopold Dana, again from the start of the year. So I'm concluding my first year. We are organized pretty similar. So until last year, we didn't have associators. Now we do have a large group of associators with Raven Zupik that is there as well. And we are organized pretty much similarly to departments. So your paper will be assigned to the associate editor that is closer to your research interest or your methodological expertise. We do also have an editorial assistant, which is Silvia Delabio from the University of Trento, which can answer all questions regarding to pre-submission or if you have any issue with it during the submission. Again, as you can see, we are also a global journal. Here, the focus is a bit different. So it is an entrepreneurship journal, but it's an entrepreneurship journal that is focused with also development studies. So the intersection between entrepreneurship and development studies for us is the theme of community. So we look at, we only aim to publish papers that have a community aspect. So for example, it would be communities coming together and using enterprise to improve their circumstances. So these two elements should always be there. As you can see, some topics that we cover from development studies could be sustainable development, bottom of the pyramid development, indigenous development, or grassroots innovation and development, and from entrepreneurship, needs entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, or gender and ethnic indigenous entrepreneurship. I can tell you that we are very multidisciplinary. So we have statistics paper, I don't know, your institutional theory papers, and at the same time also papers that are very microcentric. For example, I remember one that caught my eyes recently, which is actually coming from India, and is the analysis of street market. So informal entrepreneurship and elderly sellers in a street market in a small region, town market in India. I apologize, I don't remember the city. And it was basically an ethnography. So the researchers went to this market and not only interviewed these elderly sellers, but actually took pictures and videos, and then they used artificial intelligence to actually map the behavior of the sellers and the consumers. So they started from a very small, let's say, practical problem, and then they used very rigorous research to actually unpack it. So it's really an interesting journal. We have an article length that is pretty much standard, 9 to 10,000 words. As in terms of rankings, we are a 1-star. Shimago Q2, we are C in the Australian list, and we just received an impact factor of 2.4. And again, our site score are actually quite higher than the impact factor. So we hope that the next impact factor will be even higher. In terms of number, we are on a growing trajectory. We are rejecting a bit less, which it doesn't mean that the journal is of lower quality. It just means that the Journal of Enterprising Communities is more clearly positioned in the field. It's quite a niche field, so authors actually know us. So we receive less papers that are outside of the scope of the journal compared to the strategy change. So that makes up for the big difference in rejection. we have the same approach. Your paper would be sent to associators only if we see that there is a possibility for it to survive the peer review. I would like to conclude by giving you some tips for submission that it's not only they don't only apply to our journal, but also it's something that I came to know with conversation with other editors in chief in around the world. So the process is in every journal is pretty much the same. You send a paper, the first person who looks at it would be the editor in chief, and then an associate editor would be assigned, and then reviewers would be assigned. In terms of reviewers, normally there is the rule of three. The rule of three is quite ideal, so not all the time you can have three, but ideally we would have one reviewer from the journal pool or board, one reviewer that is independent, so somebody that we don't know and you know, and one reviewer that may be suggested. So this would be the golden rule. It's not always possible. Something very important is the cover letter. I see many submissions that do not have a cover letter. The author just send the paper, and that is really bad, I would say, because you lose the opportunity to sell your paper, to tell the editor-in-chief why you are submitting to this journal and why your paper should be considered. It is a bit of work, but honestly, it signals to the editor your genuine interest. So I really encourage you to do so. What else? Well, extension, try to be a good author and be a good reviewer. We always need reviewers, and we really appreciate when people do their stuff sometimes, and that's quite important. If you review for us, remember that we're all human beings. So the reviewer, it's not a judge, it's not a god, it's not somebody that has they have a high power, and with high power comes high responsibilities. So we are keen to have developmental reviews. So we want reviewers to help authors to publish. At the same time, authors should actually help reviewer to help them. So the author should do the work. It doesn't mean that we want to help you publish and you will be published. It means that we will indicate you the view, and then it's up to you to actually do it. Respect is key. It doesn't happen often, but there are sometimes disrespectful language used in the review, and in that case, I would just eliminate the review. So and not use this reviewer again, because that's not acceptable. I think you know about the types of decision, response letter. So if you are given an R&R, so a revised and resubmit, be very precise in the response letter. So something that I learned, and even as an author, is that it's really important to not only sell your paper, but also sell your revisions. So try to be as accurate as possible in responding to each comment and in explaining to the editor what you did, because if you do a good job, the editor may make a decision based on your letter without sending it again to reviewers, if we are satisfied. So help us to help you, I would say. Self-citation, be very aware of this. This is a huge problem nowadays in academia. Recently, I had to reject a paper because the author self-cited themselves 18 times. And none of us is Michael Porter. So citing yourself more than 10 times, it's really strange, I would say, for anyone that doesn't have a Nobel Prize already in their office. So this is something that doesn't look good. So both reviewers and editors are very careful with manipulation of citations. So as an author, be very careful with this. And also, like I say, as a reviewer, we must appreciate reviewers that suggested on papers in the review process. And as an author, you shouldn't feel compelled to cite the reviewers when they suggest papers. Okay? If you see that there are suggestions that are not relevant, just contact the editor-in-chief or the associate editor and express your doubt. So be absolutely open with us. And with this, I conclude. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. I really thank you again for listening to me, and I really hope that we receive some of your papers in one of the two journals from the conference. So thank you.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you for this session. It was a very short notice, I know. And we called you and you're very gracious enough to accept our invitation. And I did send you an email. I think you got lost. I know you're very busy. I'm Sujata. I'm heading the institution. So you may
Nice
have
to meet you.
marked a copy in all the emails. Yeah. And I'm hoping to see you soon in India. So don't worry. We'll keep sending you invitations till you come.
Then I already spoke with Ivan that next year maybe I hide in his luggage.
Yes, we will give you advance notice, maybe 10 months, so you can schedule your visit accordingly.
Yes.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and hope to be there next year.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, all right.
I just said we'll all give a big round of applause to him for a wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
Next, we have a presentation by Mr. Swarna Biswas, Mr. Kundan Banerjee, and Dr. Saumin Mukherjee on the title Community Health Indicators and Biodiversity Metrics, Developing Integrated Metrics to Evaluate the Success of Community-Based Conservation in Improving Public Health. They are affiliated with the Neota University of Kolkata. They will be joining us online.
Yeah.
So, we can start with the presentation.
Dr. Suvarma, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. So, is this visible, the slide? Please
Yes,
let me know.
the slide is visible. You have 15 minutes, sir.
Okay.
And we'll proceed with the question answer round.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity for presenting my research over this presentable audience and in this prestigious conference. Today, I'm going to present the topic that is community health indicators and biodiversity metrics, developing integrated metrics to evaluate the success of community-based conservation in improving the public health. So, we are from the Neota University, Kolkata, and we are just aiming this research in the population of Sundarban, that is situated in the South 24 Parganas, West Bengal. So the agenda of the presentation is that first we will introduce the research topic, then briefly we will discuss about the objectives of the research, then we will discuss about the literature review, what the literatures we have reviewed in the course of our research. Then we will briefly discuss about the research methodology, what we have adopted, then the results and discussion section, and finally I will conclude the research. So without wasting the time, moving to the next slide, that is the introduction of my research. That is Sundarban. We all know that Sundarban is located at the southernmost portion of the Bay of Bengal, and it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site renowned for its mangrove extent encompassing the tidal rivers, mudflats, and islands. So, as the home of Royal Bengal tigers and countless humans, it represents the ecological center of the eastern part of the India. Locally focused conservation strategies are on the rise, but their interrelation with public health consequences has not been sufficiently investigated till the date. So the primary objective of this study is to analyze the community participation in the Sundarban conservation strategies and to identify the primary catalysts and inhibitors of such community engagement. So we are here to understand the correlation between the active conservation participation and the health outcomes, and it is very essential. So the essence of the study, emphasis on the community awareness of the environment factors and affected health. So, and I want to conclude this slide with the note that this study aims to fill a significant gap in the knowledge by investigating the relationship between the community-based conservation and in the Sundarbans and their impact on the biodiversity conservation and in the public health improvement. So here the main I want to discuss about the main objective of the research, that is to analyze the level of the community involvement in the conservation initiatives used in the Sundarban, and we are here to clarify the factors that enable the active community participation in these methods, so as well as the barriers that hinder or weaken the such environment. So to investigate the complex relationship between the level of community involvement in the conservation initiative and their result and the impact on the public health outcome. So moving to the next slide, that is here are the
parameters that we have taken, that is the species richness, the evenness, and the Simpson's variety index. That is, species richness here, it serves as a comprehensive record of the different living forms that is present in Sundarban and aids in evaluating the overall biodiversity of the ecosystem. Similarly, the greater number of these species signifies a more diverse and biologically abundant region. Next, the evenness of the study. That is a crucial metric, very crucial metric, because it is used to evaluate the dispersion of various species in an ecosystem. The analysis here determined if the species were evenly distributed or if particular species had a dominant presence in the ecosystem or not. And it indicates the ecological imbalances also. And a high level of evenness signifies that the ecosystem is well balanced and diverse, whereas the low level of evenness signifies that, or it implies that, the dominance of a particular species. Similarly, the last one, that is Simpson Biodiversity Index, it is a widely recognized ecological metric and it is used to employ that to measure the species variety at a particular site. This index takes into the account not just the diversity of the species present but also their proportional abundances. So the greater value of SDI, it indicates a higher level of ecological complexity and diversity within the ecosystem. So the next one, that is the indicators that we have chosen for this research. These are the disease prevalence, nutritional status, and the sanitization practices. So disease prevalence means the survey systematically gathered the data on the occurrence and the frequency of the waterborne disease and the other health related problems within the community. Next, the nutritional status. This information regarding the nutritional condition of the individual within the community was collected and with a focus on the variety and excellence of their dietary practice. So this metric was very essential in assessing the overall nutritional welfare of the population and its correlation with the biodiversity and conservation efforts. And the last one, that is the sanitization practice or the sanitation practice. That is an extensive assessment of the sanitation and hygiene practice that is implemented by the local population and it is carried out with the help of the local population. This data played a crucial role in comprehending the degree to which the health related aspects such as water quality, water hygiene were interpreted by the local practitioners. So the next slide, here we did the literature review and the relationship between the conservation efforts and the public health outcomes in the biodiverse countries are with the growing interest or attention in the academic circles was just stated in the slide. This literature review aims to present a comprehensive summary of the current understanding in this area, laying the foundation of our research on community-based conservation in the Sundarban area. So we have explored in this research that this conservation approach relates to biodiversity as well as with the public health. To summarize this literature review process, I want to say the thing that this literature demonstrates an increasing amount of the evidence that suggests a strong correlation between the conservation and the public health. So community involvement in the conservation programs is a crucial factor and the favorable results for both biodiversity and health related things emphasize the necessity of the integrated approaches in the place with the high biodiversity regions. So these are the few references from where we have conceived the idea of this research as stated earlier. So you can find the references here. Next, the research methodology that we have adapted in our research. So we have adapted a mixed method strategy involving the gathering of the quantitative biodiversity measurements and the community health data. First, we have chosen 20 sites. So 20 sites were chosen in Sundarban, which encompassed a region of the community-based conservation effort. Next, the hectare size in the results section, you can find that were determined by a comprehensive approach by GPS mapping, remote sensing, aerial photography, and satellite images. Or last but not the least, we have also used ground surveys. So quantitative biodiversity measurements were carried out to measure the extent of biodiversity, including the parameters that I have already discussed, that is richness, evenness, and the last one, that is Simpson Biodiversity Index. Simultaneously, the standardized community health surveys were conducted with a standard questionnaire to collect the essential health related data from the resident of the study location. So the surveys were centered on distinct health indicators that I have already discussed, with parameters, that is disease prevalence, sanitation practice, and nutritional status. The next thing that is the study was built around the extensive data gathering procedures which encompassed both biodiversity measures and community health questionnaires. And the 20 chosen sites exhibited a range of community-based conservation actions. The activities were classified as strong, moderate, or minimal moderate based on the extent of community involvement in the conservational initiatives. And the last thing, that is, we have used the conventional statistical method such as t-test or an ANOVA test were utilized to determine the statistical significance of the variations. The significance levels were predetermined and we have set the alpha value into 0.05 to ascertain the statistical significance of the observation that we have just received from the study. This is the results, and Indian age group that we have used is 38, that is, and the overall population contains 51% of the males and 49% of the females. The occupation, that is fishing, here about 25 to 27%, agriculture activity, that is 21 to 22%, the conservation work the people were done, that is 12%. So the participants that we have chosen had an average combined duration at around 15 years in the Sundarban. The next one that you can find in the slide, that is community-based conservation, that is 68% of the individuals actively involved in the local conservation effort, and the primary center around the mangrove deforestation, that is 43%, wildlife preservation 28%, and sustainable fishing are there mainly the livelihood, that is the 19%, and 12% of the population they are engaged in the miscellaneous activities. Similarly, the thing is that the dietary habits, as you can find that more than half of the participants, that is the 54%, were aware of the importance of the dietary diversity in promoting the better community health. The next thing, this graph is very crucial because you can find that the species richness here, the data clearly demonstrate a strong link between the number of different species and the health outcome. So our findings validates a reduction of 16.8, near about 17% in the waterborne disease in the regions where the higher biodiversity is there. So evenness, in case of evenness, the areas with better evenness, they exhibit 12.1% rise in the nutritional variety among the community members. And in case of the Simpson Biodiversity Index, the areas exhibiting the higher value of the SDI, they are associated with the enhanced health outcomes. So, sorry, the relationship between the SDI and the health indicators seen in the preliminary data, areas exhibiting the higher values of SDI, they are associated with a very good outcome of the public health. So, here the statistical result, that is the table, this represents the comparison between the high biodiversity areas with the low biodiversity areas in the Sundarban region. So we employed many factors such as incidence of the waterborne disease, scores of the nutritional diversity, and the index of the biodiversity, and the community health care indicator or index, whatever you can say. So the p value, that is the parametric value, represents a degree of the statistical significance for each parameter. That is, here we find that a strong correlation between the place and with the high biodiversity and low biodiversity in terms of a 17% reduction in the waterborne disease, as just I have discussed. And these initial findings of our research provide insights into a strong connection between the biodiversity and community health in the Sundarban regions. And the thing is that it is a very important region because UNESCO World Heritage Site with a great ecological importance. So, sorry, the interesting discovery, that is 17% reduction in the waterborne disease in this region with the high biodiversity, and it is the main achievement of our research. And this strong correlation supports the idea that the well-being of the ecosystem is inherently connected with the well-being of the individual who reside within them. And the last one is the result of our study emphasized the importance of the relationship between the humans and the environment, where the efforts to protect the nature not only improve the ecosystem but also have positive effects on the human health. So the initial findings, as I have already stated, of our investigation have uncovered the significant correlation between the biodiversity measurement and the certain health markers in the Sundarban, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And to wrap up the whole presentation now, I will say the thing that our research in Sundarban highlights the necessity of the adapting a cohesive strategy in the areas with the high biodiversity, where the well-being of the ecosystem and the well-being of the local inhabitants are interconnected. The results necessitate the focused endeavors to establish the future that is both sustainable and harmonious for both humans as well as the natural world. So, thank you again for giving me this opportunity to present my research over this knowledgeable audience. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Are there any questions for the presenters?
Any questions? Do you have any questions? Or shall we close the session? Dr. Savarna, it was a very, very good presentation.
Thank you.
Can you just tell us how can be the role of the different? Is it connect? Yeah. Yeah. What will be the role of the different government organizations or the private sectors? How we can still work like you have worked in Sundarban areas. How from your study, how you can give the suggestions that what can be done in other areas also to improve the biodiversity?
Yeah, actually, we are extending our research to another rural areas where we are taking the help of some public health centers or community health centers to gather the data and to spread the awareness among the population so that this research can be extended with the greater findings and a strong correlation can be established from this one.
Okay, now there are now in the moreover the corporate sectors as per their CSR or as per their sustainability reporting framework, they need to work on biodiversity. Many of the companies they are not even aware that what to do for the biodiversity. So it's a very good work you have done because we find very few people working in the area of biodiversity, especially management from management domain. And you can just be in touch with like so many corporates and involve corporates because they are really looking for because everybody wants to contribute but they don't know how to contribute.
Exactly.
It's a very good area, and since you have done a lot of research with the ground level, so you can be in touch with many corporate sectors. They will be really they can be even funding your project, they can be your partners also. And so that will be as far as India is concerned, we will be able to more contribute for the biodiversity protection, and probably you will get good finance for that particular study also. Great
Okay,
work.
ma'am. It's a very nice suggestion. So we will definitely incorporate this suggestion into our next course of the research.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything, Dr. Prahlad, you want to say anything?
Yeah, it was a nice presentation from Biswas.
Thank you.
I congratulate you. So you can carry out your research further even after your this study. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your good research.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So, with your permission, I'm just leaving. Thank you.
Yes. Now I would like to call upon Ma'am, Ms. Dr. Pooja Nanda Ma'am and Swaracha Ma'am. Please join us for the felicitation of the chairs of the session with certificates. We also have our head of institution, Dr. Sujata Khandai, with us today for the felicitation ceremony. We also have a Best Paper Award in this session, which will also be announced by our session chairs, Dr. Ayawan and Nancy Ma'am. All right. We have our session chair, Dr. Ivan Zupnik, sir. And being felicitated by Sujata Khandai Ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Nancy Gupta. Miss, my bad, I'm so sorry. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? I would request our session chairs to please stay back and felicitate our participants for the session.
Dr. Prahlad, we facilitate you virtually. Thank you so much for being in the session. Can you share your response sheet so that we can evaluate the best paper award?
Thank you, madam. Thank you for inviting me as a session chair. Particularly, thanks to the Punita madam, organizing secretary, and all others for inviting me and to be part of this program. Thank you.
Dr. Prahlad, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope we'll see you on campus at Amity University very soon. You don't know me? Yeah, you don't know me. I'm Sujata. I'm heading the school, the Amity College of Commerce and Finance. So I have heard a lot about you from Punita, and I just wanted to articulate my appreciation for you joining and staying throughout this session. Thank you so much. Not here. You're not able to hear me? Am I audible?
Dr. Prahlad, you're on mute if you're trying to say something. Could you unmute yourself?
Hello?
Yes, so you're audible now.
I'm not hearing properly. Hello?
Hi, Dr. Prahlad. I'm Sujata here. Thank you so much for the session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope that we can host you very soon at Amity University in our
Thank you,
campus.
madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We'll have a felicitation ceremony from our chairs of the session for the participants as well. Could the participants please join us on in the front of the seminar room? Ms. Kanu Pava, ma'am, Ms. Dr. Preeti Sharma, Dr. Apurva, and Dr. Rashi Gupta, Dr. Riya Ghai, thank you so much for being a part of this conference. Riya Ghai. We have Ms. Riya Ghai from Amity Institute of Commerce and Finance. Can we please have a huge round of applause for the participants? Can we please have Ms. Preeti Sharma, Dr. Preeti Sharma? Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we please have Dr. Kanupava on stage? Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for gracing us with the presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much, Bhavna ma'am. Thank you so much, Punita ma'am. All right. We also have Dr. Apurva from Sharda University, Noida. Thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. It was a pleasure having you all. Thank you so much, sir. Please announce the awards. Dr. Ivan.
Okay, can I announce? All right. So actually, the committee had a really hard time this time because we had 4 really great papers here, and I think they were all excellent in their own regards. But 2 of them actually stood out for us, right? So two of them stood out for us, and those 2 are so. Put my glasses on. So the 2 first is by Swarnava Biswas, Kundan Banerjee, Suman Mukherjee, Community Health Indicators and Biodiversity Metrics, developed integrated metrics to evaluate the success of community-based conservation in improving public health. Congratulations. So yeah, and the other one is by Ria Gai, Punita Goel, and Nitin Nandini Chantani, Sustainability of Self-Help Groups, Enterprises India, a qualitative analysis. So both of these papers were really excellent, and I would like to congratulate all the authors on the Best Paper Awards.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. And now we've concluded with the session, but I would like to invite my beloved faculty members and our teacher coordinator for the session, Dr. Pooja Nanda, for the thank you note.
I feel very honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks for this special occasion. And to summarize, we conclude by saying that sustainable entrepreneurship can bring a structural change towards socially and environmentally sound activities. I would like to thank all the honorable chairs who spared their valuable time for this conference and gave us very insightful inputs. I'm also very thankful to the participants who have presented such wonderful papers and they have given their insights on the papers. My sincere thanks to Dr. Sujata Kundai, HOI ACCF, for her help and support at various stages. I'm also very thankful to the organizing team and faculty colleagues and staff members who always stand by us. And I again feel proud to thank all the people, students and faculty members who have contributed in making this session a success. Thank you so much, all of you.
So we have our session chair, Miss Nancy Gupta, and she's a entrepreneur and founder of Papernest. So we'll just have one word from her. One word.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Sujata ma'am
Punita ma'am, Bhavna ma'am, and Palvi ma'am for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to participate in this conference. This is a very unique idea. And I really appreciate for them to organize this conference, which could be very helpful in creating value and sustainable entrepreneurship. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, as we all know, the greatest threat to our planet is the thought that someone else will save it. But this is not true. We will all have to give our bit. We will all have to do our bit to save this environment. Every, you know, every bit counts and it makes an impact. So I would like to share my little journey with you. So 6 years back, when I decided to start a new chapter in my life, I did not have a clear vision of where to start and which direction to take. The only thing I knew was I wanted to turn waste into wonderful opportunities, as it made me happy. So when I came across the art of making paper by hand, that too by using cotton rags, it motivated me to bring forth handmade papers as a sustainable alternative to wood pulp papers. The best part about handmade papers is not cutting trees for paper and using waste to create paper. To understand the detailed aspects of making paper by hand, I did a certified course in handmade paper making from Kumarappa National Handmade Paper Institute. It was a complete transformation for me as a homemaker for 13 years to an entrepreneur. When I took a jump and started my brand Paper Nest, all I had was a dream. Today, with a little more experience and with incredible support of some amazing people around me, like Punita ma'am, my dream, my dream became a vision. A vision I will keep working on tirelessly and a reason to make myself and people around me proud. Over the years, we have nested many stories here at Paper Nest, and if I keep on getting these kind of opportunities, we'll keep sharing them with you.
Hello.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you so much. Now, all of the guests and the faculties and the participants, they are invited for the lunch, and we will start with the next session at around 2:15. Thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, and honorable session chair and students. Good afternoon and welcome to the day 2 of the International Conference on Business Transformation for Sustainable Entrepreneurship and Value Creation. Our conference theme, Business Transformation for Sustainable Entrepreneurship and Value Creation, underscores the critical importance of harnessing innovation, ethical business practices, and environmental responsibility to ensure a future where businesses thrive while contributing sustainable development. It is truly an honor to welcome our session chair, Dr. Deharshi Mukherjee, who has generously volunteered their time and expertise to guide us through this session. Dr. Deharshi Mukherjee is an alumnus of Vishwa Bharati, Santi Niketan and Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. He is a professor in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. He was a full professor and head of the Department of Business Management, Tripura University, and also the founding head of the Department of Tourism Administration. He was also a member of the Tripura University Court. He has established the state's first business incubator fully founded by the Ministry of MSME Government of India. He is the state coordinator of the AICET sponsored student induction program for Tripura. He has been nominated as a mentor by AICTE for newly inducted teachers of technical education and also as an expert for AICTE's NEET 2.0 initiative. Having specialized in the information systems domain, his research interest lies in developing blended learning models to realize the objective of 4.0 and ICT intervention in tertiary education, ensuring learning continuity. Besides teaching and academic administration, he has worked extensively in curriculate design and innovative analogy development over the last 2 decades. His endeavor in research has earned him over 100 publications to his credit. I extend a warm welcome to another session chair present with us, Ms. Tanvi Tyagi. Tanvi Tyagi, MBA in HR and Marketing from Kurukshetra University, possesses a dynamic 9-year career into HR field. From her roots as an HR journalist in the travel industry to navigating HR operations with Genpact, HR business partnering with GLL, and excelling in talent acquisition roles with Conduent and TELUS International, Tanvi's expertise spans various HR domains. Her proficiency includes seamless talent acquisition, adept handling of employee grievances, driving employee success, and contributing to performance management along with business HR partnering with active participation in CSR and employees engagement. Her experience has been associated with various industries like travel, real estate, and finally ITS. Tanvi is well committed to further leverage her diverse HR expertise for the continued success of organizations. We are confident that under their guidance, this session will be both enlightening and intellectually stimulating. May the discussions that unfold here today inspire new ideas, foster meaningful connections, and contribute to the collective wisdom that will drive positive change in the world. Now, I would call upon our people presenters who have worked tirelessly to bring forth their research findings and insights. First, I will like to invite Vidhi Tyagi ma'am to welcome our honorable chairpersons with the sapling and honor of gratitude. Now, I would like to request Vidhi ma'am to welcome Tanvi Tyagi ma'am with the sapling and honorable gift. So, I would like you to enter the participants. Yes, yes. Hello.
So very good afternoon. Are all the presenters here? Just raise your hands, please. Let me look at you. One. Okay, two. So I'm specifically would like to speak to you is that in this session, I think how much time do they have?
10.
So 10 minutes for the presentation, within which we would expect that you would cover the objective part directly and try to focus on the areas where you have contributed. Do not try to go too much on the lit review part. That we would explore, and in case that we have some questions, we'll ask you. So what we are looking at right now is your contribution and how you have been able to realize the objectives which you have set for. Be very specific, stay focused, then we can have a good discussion. Otherwise, what happens usually if you get into too much troll towards the lit review part, the basic essence is lost somewhere. So this is the first thing which I want to share. Second is that you be ready for the question that would be asked and do not take them as an kind of interjections to your activities. It's just that how strong you are in the defense of your research that we would like to see. Fine. So with this note, thank you. All the best.
So, we hope the discussions that unfold here today inspire new ideas, foster meaningful connections, and contribute to the collective wisdom that will drive positive change in the world. Now, I would like to call upon our paper presenters who have worked tirelessly to bring forth their research findings and insights. Parul Gupta, GP Institute of Information and Technology, Noida, IIM Vishakhapatnam.
Thank you for this opportunity. Very good afternoon to session chairs, my seniors, fellow presenters, and dear students. I'm Parul Gupta, and the topic I'll be presenting on is employee emotional capital, driving the contribution of business for achievement of sustainable development goals. It is today a well-known, this will be the flow of production, introduction, literature review, research model, hypothesis, research methodology, results, and then we'll move to the conclusion. But as sir has just now guided us, I'll try to stick to the main parts. Sir, just giving a brief introduction about the research idea, where it came from. We all understand that sustainability today is a very is the aspiration of human beings to preserve and to make this planet a better place to live for the future generations to come. Now, sustainability agenda in 2030 was given by United Nations in 2015. There are sustainability oriented 17 goals based on various social, environmental, and economic parameters. However, the challenge which remains is that these questions remain unanswered, that the governments or the businesses together who have taken the onus of achieving these sustainability goals have not yet been very uh, productive in are they actually engaged with the idea, are they actually engaged with the efforts directed to the achievement of this idea. It is widely accepted that to achieve sustainable development goals, human actions and behavior need to be synced. And it is also mentioned in various literatures which is being based on the topic of sustainability. Now, what we have tried to do is develop a structure of macro, meso, and micro aspects, which talks about how to connect the individual to the organization and then to the ultimate final macro level goal of sustainability achievement. Now, one of the important, I have used these constructs in my study. First is emotional capital. Now, what is this emotional capital? It is a term defined as a set of emotional competencies that is inherent to the person, useful for personal, professional, and organizational development. It participates to social cohesions, and most importantly, it can generate personal, economic, and social returns. Now, this definition is has evolved over a period of time, but this is one of the most recent and most cited definitions which I have taken. Researchers have also believed that emotional capital, when we talk about it in a collective term, it can be a very useful resource for the organization. And it can generate unprecedented returns for the organization because of this capital resource. Now, the second part component of our study is organizational commitment. Now, organizational commitment is a person's attitude or behavior towards the organization in the form of loyalty to achieve the vision, mission, values, and goals of the organization. A committed employee will recognize with the mission of his organization and is more likely to strive in the direction of its achievement. That is what we have taken as our basic constructs. That one employee who is committed will contribute more and more to the achievement of the organization's goals. Now, here we are trying to bridge the gap. Now, not focusing too much on the literature review, I'll just give a brief that we have scanned through we have studied the various literature available on the role of business organizations in achieving sustainable development goals. And then we have also studied how organizational commitment is trying to is focus is can build the achievement of sustainable development goals. And these include some of the recent studies and some of the older studies also, meaning that there has been a huge time gap since these studies have been constantly focusing on how commitment issues are there while achieving the sustainability goals. So the model which we are proposing is this, that the employee emotional capital that is a group of specific emotional competencies, can be an asset for the individual and for the organization as well, and it will affect effective commitment and normative commitment and continuous commitment, which are all part of organizational commitment as per Allen and Mayer. Now, this emotional capital can enhance better understanding, higher acceptance, and enhance contribution towards organizational goals. And this organizational goal can then lead to the achievement of sustainable development goals, because right now we are focusing on the micro meso relationship. For this we have tried a very quantitative approach wherein we have built three hypotheses. There is significant impact of emotional capital on effective organizational commitment. There is significant impact of emotional capital on continuous continuance organization commitment, and then lastly on normative organizational commitment. Now, we have taken the research sample size of 633 working professionals, specifically from the area of Delhi NCR. The instruments used are Meyer and Allen, and it has 24 items. Then we have used to measure emotional capital. I must mention that there are not any established scales which are being used to measure emotional capital in the organization. So we have developed a scale because right now, sir, just to apprise that I'm working on my PhD thesis is scale development for emotional capital. So I have taken this scale and taken for this study. Now, these are the demographic profile of the respondents. The 633 members, mostly female members, were there. And the industry were mainly service sector industries, financial service, education, and for which financial services contributed the most. I'll come quickly to the results also. For scale reliability, we measured the 3-factor organization commitment scale. It got 0.908 Cronbach's alpha. And then self-developed questionnaire for measuring emotional capital. It also registered a Cronbach's alpha of 0.910. So the regression results which we studied were that R value was 0.647. Model was significant as reflected in the ANOVA table. It was this is for the hypothesis one, that emotional capital has an impact on effective organizational commitment. Now, looking at the third table for the coefficient values, it can be seen that factor 2, factor 3, and factor 5 have emerged as a significant in this model, in this relationship. For the second hypothesis, we have again a R of 0.613, and the model is again significant. And in this particular component, we can see that factor 2, factor 1 also, and factor 4 have emerged as significant value in this relationship. And finally, for the third relationship, for the third hypothesis, we can see that again here all the factors have emerged as very significant for this study. Now, again, the R value here is 0.646, which means that it is explaining around 64% of the relationship. Now, this is where I'll just come to like to focus more on the detailed results. Now, factor 1 we take as self-awareness and leadership. This has contributed to continuous component and normative component of organizational commitment. Then factor 2 is transcendental orientation. This transcendental orientation is contributing to effective, continuous, and normative component both. Then adaptability and resilience is contributing to all three components. Factor 4 is communication, which is absent in effective and continuous, but it is a part of normative component. And then lastly, factor 5, that is collaboration, is part of effective, continuous, and normative component, all three. Now, what we propose through these results is that there is a gap. Where is the gap? That employees who are working in an organization, they do not associate themselves so much strongly with the larger visions of the organizations. They are not committed if they are not committed, it becomes more and more difficult for the organization to achieve what it is striving to achieve actually. Now, emotional capital competencies, if focused upon and well groomed, they can contribute for enhancing this bond between the employee and the organization. And then lastly, it can actually contribute to the organization's successful attempts towards achievement of sustainability goals. Now, why this? Now, this particular finding of our data, of our analysis, is also supported by various studies which have been done. Because the competencies which are part of this emotional capital scale have been identified in various recent studies also, that they are actually contributing to the implementation and achievement of SDGs. Therefore, we propose a micro meso macro framework which bridges the gap between the theoretical expectation and practical contribution of organizations in the achievement of SDGs. Thank you so much, sir. And if any questions are there, I hope I have been a little crisp and exact in time. Thank you so much.
I have a lot.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. See, I think start from the analysis part. We'll come back to your R squared table. Now, hang on. Adjusted R square value coming out to be 41%.
Yes, sir.
Why is it so? What does it indicate?
So because the sample size is not that large, so I think R can be considered.
Did you run for sample adequacy test?
KMO test. Yes, sir. It was achieved, but I don't have the result right now. Yes, sir.
It would be
adequate results.
Adequate
yes.
results. So sample
Yes,
is not the problem.
Yes. Understood.
Problem lies somewhere else.
Yes, sir. I also got through it, but I knew you will catch it. Yes, sir.
I think that's what I have been placed here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
See, the point is, it indicates there have been outliers, which perhaps somewhere it wasn't consideration once while you were doing this study. And if we go further back, we find that your study is not standing on a theoretical basis.
Okay.
If you take some theory to back up your study, the variables that would come out of that discussion essentially will comprise of those elements so that you do not encounter such situation. This is regular. I think that's a work in progress. I believe you have a long way to go.
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
give
sir.
my love to Amit because I have been knowing him for long.
Okay.
And I think he is capable enough to guide you.
Yes.
The point is, if you have a theory,
Yes.
a theory has variables. Those variables can make your scale.
Understood.
Those scales will eventually comprise with your data analysis. So this is a chain that you need to consider.
So this is not, can I just?
Yeah, please.
So this is not actually my thesis. My thesis is just a scale development, which sir has an expertise in. Amit sir has, his thesis himself is an.
Okay, now another thing. Come back to the hypothesis formation. Now your paper talks about SDG. So does any of your hypothesis highlight SDG?
No, not right now.
So there is a gap between the object. That's what I said. Start with the objective. So how you realize the objective. So what happens when you form a hypothesis? If it doesn't match with the objective, such situations are bound to occur.
Okay.
Fine. So I want to form critical, but all the best. Very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Parul Gupta. Now we'll be having Neela Chitrankan, ISBR Business School, Bengal.
Hi, everybody. So, I'll be presenting on behalf of Neela Madam, Dr. Neela H.Pai, and myself, Chitranka T. So, I think I hope everybody are able to view this. I guess it's visible enough.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes. So basically, my research was about determining the salary of assistant professors with the help of student average package of the institute. The mainly this will be considering these schools in India as well as MBA institutes. In my research, I have not included the UGC institute, which government institute which pays UGC pay scale, nor institutes which pay any other private institute which pays UGC 7 pay scale. So it's more about institutes which don't pay UGC pay scale. So this will help. This research will help both the institute as well as for assistant professors to to get to know how much they have to claim when they're joining. So it can be a guiding map, is what I believe in. So yeah, this is for assistant professors without PhD. So yeah, introduction. We all know that the institutes are run by faculties. They are actually the main pillar and hub of the institute. Because institute alone, just by setting up it cannot run like a software company, right? A faculty has to study, do research, and he shall impart the knowledge to the students. So it's basically faculty is the whole and the core of the institute. And faculties are the main pillars. Yes, of course, we all know that. My research mainly concentrates only on Indian geography. It doesn't go out of India, my research. So the admission fee as well as placement package are the main driving pillars of an institute. That is why my research will concentrate in placement package and the salary of an assistant professor, especially in MBA and post-graduation, because now how MBA and post-graduation has become is students are mainly seeking it to start their new career for a better package. So that's what they have an aim while joining the institute. So that's completely fine. I mean, it changes from person to person, but that's fine. So yeah. So the literature review, I'll just take 1 minute of explaining this because I was already told. I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes. The main reason, according to the paper published, the main reason our faculties move to non-teaching jobs from teaching jobs is due to monetary benefits. As we all know, sometimes for the PhD we have or whatever we have, the payment is very less compared to what corporate companies pay. Right, so that will be one of the main reasons why teaching faculties jump to some other corporate companies. And according to one more research, it was clearly told that the knowledge of faculty and the salary that is offered to them are clearly related. What it tells is, when the salary of the faculty increases, his knowledge increases. That is what our paper tells. So, increase in package of UG student causes the increased salary of professors. It was found in South Korea. When the salary package offered to the UG students increased, the package offered to the professors also increased. That was found in South Korea. It's not in India. So research methodology, how my research I have done it. I've taken 120 private universities and B schools, which were classified as non-UC pay scale and non-governmental control institutes. So then again, of same institutes, of 120 institutes, private MBA institute as well as B schools were noted down, and the salary, how much they pay. I used the public platform. It's mainly about secondary data, which I used Ambition Box, Glassdoor, and all those stuffs to get salaries what they pay. So when this both data were used, I could make a linear regression method. With the help of linear regression method, I could develop a model. So basically, here X will be the package that will be given to assistant professors or what assistant professors can claim. So basically, it is a dependent variable. And Y is an independent variable. Y is nothing but package offered to students by companies. That's the salary package after completing the course. So these are the results what I found out. So according to the model, what I got is that I'll tell you once more. X is the package of assistant professors, which is a dependent variable, and Y is an independent variable, which is package offered to students by the companies. So this is the model which I have got after doing the thorough regression method. So using this model, we can easily find out. This it'll max to max take 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, whatever your Y, take Y as Y and X is package output by institute, multiply it, you'll easily get how much you need to claim. So this will really help you. So importance of this study. Teachers nurture the future of the country. That's of course the truth, and I think it's high time we increase the monetary benefits of teachers. And see, even though teachers come in at initial stage, okay, I want to be professor, I want to do my life in that. But motivation won't stay long if there are no couple of benefits, right? Monetary benefits. Yeah, a couple of them who are starting their career, they don't know how much to claim for. So that is one of the main problems, because then you keep on moving from step to step, right? So downside of my study, only India was concentrated only package was considered to study anything like job market, supply and demand was not considered in stuff while doing this research. The originality, of course, is the original research and future scope. Yeah, future scope is very huge for the future research. It would help them. And who knows, maybe I only would be doing this researches, same list of researchers in the future. Yeah, and then I'm open to questions.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, so I have got two fundamental questions. What is the usefulness of this research?
So I'll tell you. Basically, when I started my career as an assistant professor, I didn't know how much.
Okay, fine. Carry on. Continue. Please continue.
Yeah, when I started my career, I
Your voice was breaking. Please keep your camera off.
as well as placements, in your salary. This will really help is what I
Your voice is breaking. Can you please put your camera off so that we can hear you?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I think now you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So that was because even I didn't know how to claim compensation. So that's why I wanted to find out. So this helped me actually when I took my next jump.
I see. Okay. So, and what was your sample size?
So sample size was 120, sir.
120.
120 schools. Yeah.
The model, but you did not prove its validity and reliability.
Yes, sir. I had to do that. I agree.
So without that, how can I take this data to be a good fit for the model?
Yes, you're right, sir. You're right. Maybe in my future, I'll keep this in mind. I'll definitely keep this in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chitranta, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So as sir rightly pointed out, like you have just taken two variables and I think presented a very simplistic view of how the compensation structures of assistant professors should be structured. In my view, like as sir said, we do not know anything about your reliability, validity questionnaire. My just view or hunch is that students' placement packages, I think, do not have any relationship with the salary offered to assistant professors. I don't think so. There should be any relationship.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Don't take me wrong, but it has that. Except in government universities as well as universities with pay only UGC 7 scale, because main driving force why students join is seeing the placement packages. Admission happens to placement packages, seeing the placement packages.
That is true. That I agree with you.
Yes.
Admissions happen because of the salary packages offered in placement. But when the assistant professor joins a business school, he is not offered salary based on students' placement packages. It's just the admission or the marketing gimmick of a business school. So,
no,
it just, in my view, does not match up. Like, unless you clear your entire methodology and, we know exactly what were the items in your questionnaire and all that. So, maybe you can structure it properly so that we can come to know that what is the relationship. Okay?
Yes, sure. I get this.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chitranka sir. Now I would request Neela Shruti Sharma to present ISPR Business School, Bengaluru.
Can you please stop present?
I just start sharing my screen once he, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I hope it's visible.
Yes, Mama.
So, okay, great. So, I researched on my top. I chose the topic to research on. My research was about relationship between remote work and UN sustainability goals in India. We would go with introduction and review of literature, objectives, research methodology, analysis, discussion, limitations, and a brief summary. I'll try to keep the intro and review of literature as brief as possible, just to explain the topic a little bit to everyone. So, telework, telecommuting, work from home, it refers to, I'm just explaining the definition of terms as we see later in the paper. It refers to work arrangement in which employees perform their tasks at a remote location, utilizing technology to connect with their workplace. During COVID-19, we did observe there was an increase in remote work globally, and it has been suggested as a crucial element for sustainable recovery following the pandemic, in order to promote environmental conservation. The United Nations, they also have a list of 17 sustainable development goals which aim address various social, economic, and environmental challenges worldwide. For this particular study, I chose two of their sustainable development goals to focus on. One would be SDG 3, which focuses on enhancing mental health, enhancing health and well-being, and SDG 10, which aims to reduce inequalities within and between countries. In the context of this research paper, it is explored if the adoption of remote work emerges as a potentially transformative paradigm, with the capacity to enhance the well-being of employees. Secondly, an examination is conducted to explore whether remote work can serve as a solution to geographical barriers in India, potentially mitigating employment disparities between urban and rural areas. Because if you notice, in India, people really have to migrate when they're looking for better opportunities and jobs. And if if we rely on remote work, and people can work from their hometowns, of course, if they prefer to, if they wish to. So, and the review of literature. And during COVID-19, there was an increase in literature. There was a widespread transition to remote work. Some of it was mostly the remote work which started because of COVID-19 was involuntary. There was no other option. And as for, SDG 3, well-being and remote work, there were studies which suggested that a shift to remote work and telecommuting work during the COVID-19 pandemic brought both favorable and adverse effects on the mental health and overall well-being of the employees. Some people reported experiencing negative changes in their lifestyle habits with raised to, psychological distress that was higher than pre-pandemic level. And there was in one of the studies, the results indicated that professionals, insufficient experience in delivering services online or over the phone from their homes had a detrimental effect on their mental and physical well-being. However, there were also studies which said that colleague support, involvement in decision making, autonomy, all of these things can be helpful, and they were found significantly, impactful in work-related well-being. Similarly, to SDG 10, which was about employment inequality and remote work. SDG 10 usually, it suggests a need for global wealth redistribution. It also implies a focus on reducing inequalities to provide equal opportunity for development. So remote work can be utilized as a means to improve employment opportunities, during this uneven population density. It was also observed that the COVID-19 lockdowns caused significant movement from crowded urban regions to rural and tourist areas. Remote work and the pandemic are interconnected, not just in limiting mobility, but also in redistributing it. Working from home without the need for commuting depends on the increased mobility of others. So, the primary research objectives were to evaluate employee preferences for remote work in post-COVID-19 India. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that remote work was pretty involuntary when, it was during COVID time. But we are trying to explore about voluntary remote work and employees' preference towards it. To explore the alignment between the adoption of voluntary remote work and UN's SDG 3, good health and well-being, by examining India's employees' perception regarding its impact on their mental health as well as their work-life balance. To investigate the potential contribution of remote work to employment opportunities in disadvantaged areas of India, emphasizing the reduction of regional employment inequality. Research methodology, there was subject recruitment. To be eligible for participations, individuals were required to have work experience in remote settings following the COVID-19 lockdowns. This criteria was just to ensure that participants had some experience doing, voluntary remote work, so we could understand their perception better. And data, it was collected through a 5-point Likert skill questionnaire. It contained 15 statements. There was no particular scale to measure it. So for well-being, there was a scale from WHO, well-being, there was a scale from WHO which was taken up. For the rest of the things, there was a scale. There were questions were really just, I made them, of course, I looked them up based on the review of literature, and then I relied on face validity. I asked the experts in the field, and the questionnaire was designed to gauge participants' perception and experiences related to 3 key variables: remote work, well-being, and regional employment inequality. Ethical considerations, there was voluntary participation was necessary in the study. They knew about the purpose and the benefit of the study, and it was conducted anonymously. So there were 150 responses. 7 participants were identified and subsequently removed from the dataset due to a pattern of consistently selecting a singular response option for every item, which indicated a lack of variation in their responses. So this was just taken to mitigate the impact of response bias and maintain the reliability of the data set. It was collected, and in the data, there were 81 female and 62 male participants. Participants were strongly in agreement about remote work accessibility, as 94% of them believe that the option of remote work should be available. 27% of the respondents agree that they will not like permanent work from home. In the survey, 9/10 of the respondents expressed satisfaction with their productivity, agreeing with an equivalent level of productivity while working remotely as compared to performance in the office environment. Significant majority of respondents found the daily commute to office to be inconvenient and undesirable. As for effective communication, more than 80% of the respondents believe that there are tools for remote work which can ensure collaboration with colleagues. About remote work and well-being, a total of 118 respondents, constituting the majority of the 143 participants, reported experiencing a sense of calm and relaxation while engaged in remote work. 18% of the respondents expressed dissatisfaction and a sense of low morale while engaging in remote work. A significant majority of 78.32% concurred with the assertion that they maintain a state of activity and vitality while engaged in remote work. Out of 143 participants, 109 individuals expressed disagreement with the statement, indicating that they do not feel irritated while working from home. A majority of 81.12% of participants concurred with the notion that they can uphold a social life beyond work commitments while working from their homes. And as for remote work and regional employee inequalities, of the 143 respondents, 123 individuals affirmed that they receive adequate training and support to perform their job effectively while working remotely. A significant majority of 78.32% of participants indicated their willingness to relocate to their hometowns if provided with the opportunity for permanent remote work under the condition that the quality of internet connectivity remains consistent or improves. 109 participants expressed the belief that they would face fewer challenges working from their hometowns compared to working in an urban office environment. 20% of respondents disagreed with the notion of changing jobs and accepting a lower salary in exchange for the opportunity of permanent remote work, while an additional 11% expressed a neutral stance on the matter. And a striking 132 respondents expressed agreement with the statement, indicating a significant consensus that working from home would yield financial benefits for them. So the study, structured into three distinct sections, provided valuable insights into the perception and beliefs of the participants, while also aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDG 3 and SDG 10. The respondents' overwhelmingly positive response towards voluntary remote work after the COVID-19 regulations were lifted signals a significant shift in the traditional work paradigm. The eagerness with which individuals embraced voluntary remote work underscores the need for autonomy in the workplace. This positive trend not only aligns with fostering inclusive work environment, but also contribute to SDG 10 by addressing regional economic disparities and promoting equal opportunities. The second section of the research, dedicated to understand participants' well-being while working remotely, revealed a shared sense of contentment and fulfillment. This positive impact on mental health directly contributes to Sustainable Development Goal 3 of promoting good health and well-being. Moreover, participants expressed a strong desire to return to their hometowns if provided with permanent remote work, demonstrating the potential of remote work in addressing urban-rural migration challenges, thus contributing to Sustainable Development Goal 10's objective of reducing inequalities within and among countries.
Shruti, you're going out of time. Your time is already.
Okay. So the limitations were, I'll just quickly wrap it up. The limitation was that it was a close-ended questionnaire. So I'm sure that I missed some intricate details of participants' experiences, and there is limited causality inference, making it challenging to establish precise cause and effect relationship. So it provides promising picture of voluntary remote work and the positive attitude, enhanced well-being, and perceived impact on regional employment disparities. So that maybe we can do. There is scope to do continued exploration and implementation of flexible work arrangements. Okay, it's done.
I don't have.
Hello.
Yeah.
Have any questions, Shruti? Good choice of topic, and the presentation was good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Shruti, on the contrary, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
Firstly, what is the classification employees that you have chosen in terms of industries? Were they all desk jobbers, or they were from different industries like construction, supply chain, field workers, transportation employees?
Okay, so they were all desk jobbers because they need to have voluntary remote work experience, and I think I like to believe that it is impossible for like a construction worker or anybody in the field to have.
I would be very keen to know who are these 6% who do not work a work. That's a rather interesting find. Who are so coupled with their home situation, they want to go to the office. Otherwise, that's a very unlikely situation.
I guess that because a lot of population was young as well, not everybody has good environment at home. So probably they would be like, work from home is, work from office is a good way to.
So the research point, let's come back to the point.
Yes.
I'll tell you one thing. What you have suggested, what you have done research on, UN has already published a lot of literature on that.
Yeah.
My question would be to you, what is your specific contribution in terms of rebuilding?
Okay, hold on. I couldn't hear you. Last I heard was that UN has already published something on it. What did you say after?
I repeat, there was some technical snag here.
Yeah.
My question is, what is your theoretical contribution in this particular paper? Because UN has already published, and we have an plethora of literature supporting what you just now found out in your research. So what has been your special contribution in terms of theory?
Okay, so the UN research which exists, I have not read I did a review of literature, but mostly research that I came across, it was about, remote work, its impact on well-being and everything, which was during COVID time. right? And my research, it talks about voluntary remote work. It talks about sort of giving people the choice, and also because it is also about Indian context. So I would say that it talks about voluntary remote work in Indian context and employees' experience with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any more questions?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
So it was a good topic, but I have a small query. So
Yes.
I guess you have made the primary data collection and you have done research on the same, right?
Yes.
So is there any specific tool you have applied? Because I cannot see any tools you have given the percentages.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I collected. I will not go into a lot of details because I understand my time is up. But I started off. I made a 15 scale questionnaire. What I did was for 5 questions which were about well-being, I took a questionnaire from WHO. For the rest of the items that I took, it was from I went to various papers, I read various papers, and then created the questionnaire, which I sent to experts in UNICEF to just for a face validity, just to confirm that the questions, they were all measuring what they were intended to measure, and then I went ahead with it. If you would you like to see the statements that were in the research? I could give you some examples.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Shruti, what we mean to say is you have done with descriptive statistics, but to measure the relationship, whatever you have mentioned in your objectives, you have not, tested them through
correlation or anything. Yeah. So I plan to do that. The only thing is that I wasn't, because the questionnaire, right? There was not a questionnaire which has been published before, so I wasn't really sure that how valid everything would be, and if I should just do a correlation testing or not. That is the whole reason why I did not go ahead, because I did not want the paper to, while presenting, I did not want it to look like, okay, she just conducted data on anything.
Shruti, there is a couple of suggestions.
Yeah, yes, please. That would be very helpful.
Yeah. As you talk about your objectives, objectives are not supported with the literature. In case if you find the gap is you have not properly outlined, so strengthen your literature. So the objectives can be justified. Number one. Second one, you talk about you have collected the sample. And the sample bifurcation you have not given so far. And your slides. So, and secondly, even not descriptive statistics you have used. Whenever we are going with the data, this is only presentation of your data collection which you have gone with, right? So, say whatever be the number of data sets you have or the participant respondent you have, based on the Likert scale which you are talking, 15-point Likert scale, I'm not getting it because I've not seen so far. Maybe that's your research is something extension of, but please look into that. And the third one, you're talking about impact analysis in your second objective. How the impact analysis, because no even descriptive statistics you have used. So I really fail to understand how the impact would be. So these are few suggestions from our end. I hope in case if it is suitable to you to
Yeah, of course. I would like to make edits in the paper and everything. So thank you so much. I would make edits.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Shruti, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. So I think as most of the experts have already pointed out, the topic is good. Like the objective is quite good in trying to find out the benefits of the work from home idea. But as most of the experts have already pointed out, your research needs a lot of detailing. It's very sketchy at the moment. So literature review, you need to do a lot of things, then frame properly. Go through the research process step by step. And you just presented, as ma'am said, just you have presented
a few descriptive components of your data collection, but that does not justify anything from your side. These are all we all know all these things, as sir also pointed out. So maybe you can add something, construct or a new variable, which is your contribution. So just taking something which is a current idea and not adding anything from your side won't make a proper research. Okay.
Okay.
Just you have to do a lot of hard work. Best of luck for that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shruti Sharma on the Dr. Neela. So now I will request Mr. Tarun to present on behalf of Dr. Inakshi, Dr. Pallavi Tyagi, Lloyd Business School, ACCF Amit.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tarun, and I'm presenting on the behalf of Dr. Inakshi Kapoor. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tarun, and I'm presenting on the behalf of Dr. Inakshi Kapoor. And the topic of the presentation is fostering entrepreneurial orientation as a source of sustainable competitive advantage, role of external environment. Now, the introduction would be some operational definitions. The first is the sustainable competitive advantage. It is the state in which business enterprises survive and prosper in a competitive environment over a long haul. Now, the second definition is of entrepreneurial orientation, and it's completely related to the entrepreneurial process, the strategy, the method, and decision-making strategies used to work in an entrepreneurial manner. It also manifests in terms of being innovative, proactive, and having a risk-taking propensity of an entrepreneur. The external environments are related to all the outsider factors which are beyond the control of an organization, and they are impacting to its operation of that particular business. I'll take an example like COVID-19 that's completely impacting all the businesses. Now, the rationale of the studies are recently with the span of time, the technologies changes, competition rising every day, radical social economic changes have compelled firms to reconsider where and how to compete. The ability to create a sustained competitive advantages depends on cumulative employee capabilities that are applicable in combating a comprehensive set of external environment challenges and opportunities. Entrepreneurial orientation manifests in being innovative and proactive and having a risk-taking propensity can foster an organization-wide culture of exploring new opportunities and creating new learning. Sustainable competitive advantage should be based on long-term behavioral changes rather than ad hoc changes made for the short-term gain, making employees a source of such advantages which are unique and immutable. This study also aimed at the organization continuity viability by preserving and retaining the human resource base. This empirical study posits the external environment factor could encourage corporate entrepreneurs' behavior and this could be instilled an organization-wide and entrepreneurial mindset, leading to the developing sustainable competitive advantage. Now, these are the theories, and now directly come to the theoretical model. Now, these are the 5 external environment which I talked about, and they are the corporate entrepreneurship which are going to affect from these external environment. Let me explain one by one. The DYN denotes for dynamism, the dynamism environment of how the things are going to affect. The second one is TOP, the technological opportunity. Every day the technologies are changing and new opportunities are creating. Like if we talk about the entrepreneurial education entrepreneurial, so the innovative technology like Zoom classes are now students are able to give presentation online. So that's also coming to technological advancement. DNP, a demand for new product. Each and every day the demand of new products are rising in the market, and that will going to affect the market or the entrepreneurial function. The next is CR, competitive rivalry. The competitive rivalries are denoted by different companies are having different rivalries among themselves in their production and their competitiveness. And the next and the last is environmental jobs, which I have taken. And the environmental jobs are like the environmental factors which are going to affect the business working. Like I already talked about COVID-19. That is affected a lot of business and their functions. The corporate entrepreneurship, I take three. That IN noted the innovativeness. PRO is proactiveness, how entrepreneurs are proactive to taking their decisions, and that RT is risk taking, how like their ability to taking the risk. Now, I have taken 15 hypotheses, and each external environment is taking a positively related to that all the corporate entrepreneurship. That's how I've come into 15 hypotheses. Now these are the methodologies. The author taken a sample of 17 organizations in the IT sector from Delhi NCR region was considered. Out of 700 questionnaires circulated online, 348 responses were received. A total of 321 responses were found suitable for the analysis. Author uses covariance-based structure equation modeling. The author measured the impact of external environment variables on CE. The study included all the three management level, top level and operational, top, middle and operation. Since CE is an organization level concept and its growth across level is criterial to ensure real advantages of entrepreneurial behavior. Standardized scales were used for measuring the construct and taken from the papers of Zahar et al. 1993, Mayer 1992, and Covin and Sylvan 1989. These are the findings model fit indices, and these are the path analysis of each and every hypothesis, and it shows that few of the hypotheses got accepted and few of them got rejected. Now let's come to the directly discussion of that particular basis. The technological opportunity showed a strong positive associate with all the factors of EO. As the study was based on IT sector, the result indicated that for organizations, such opportunities could create the context for employees to develop and engage in entrepreneurial behavior. Dynamism of an external environment shows a positive relationship with innovation and proactiveness. These results indicate the uncertain and frequent changes in the external environment, perceived as challenges, could be possible opportunities for innovation and creating competitive advantage. The environmental judge shows a negative impact on innovativeness and risk-taking propensity. These results show that despite that idealness of entrepreneurial behavior in time of unexpected event, organizations were causing of taking unnecessary risk. Now the implications of this study are to understand the organization business context, help employees to understand challenges they face and the knowledge, skill, ability needed to overcome from those challenges. As a source of sustainable competitive advantages, following by Boehner 1991 criteria, to survive and succeed, people in an organization today continually need to identify new opportunities, think and act innovatively, explore and discover new paths to grow, develop required capabilities and deploy them rapidly, face today challenges and prepare for an uncertain future. All of these tasks are actively and knowledge intensive. As creator, owner, and users of knowledge, people of an organization constitute its most valuable of ultimate resource. Human capital as essential intangible resource for an organization is the combination of intelligence, skills, experience, education, and expertise of employees that give an organization a distinguished character. Employees can learn, change, innovate, and provide the creative thrust which will prove proper, motivate, can ensure survival of the organization in the long term. Anchored within people, human capital is a source of competitive advantages for the organization. Fostering EO within the organization can create a context for developing human capital and thus creating sustainable competitive advantage. Now, the scope of the future's work is a big sample would be taken like as the sample is taking around somewhere 324, and the next future studies can extend the model to explore organizational and individual level of outcomes of the EU. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? I think Tarun is presenting on behalf of the
Dr.
Inakshi and Dr. Pallavi Tyagi. Okay, if there are no questions, then I'll have one not questions, rather, I don't have anything to ask. Rather, two important things which I want you to pass it on to the authors is that wherein you have mentioned theoretical model, appropriate would be proposed research model. Until and unless you prove it number of times under different situations, it doesn't turn out to be a theory. Fine. While you do ACM, two important parameters end of the day we look at, that is the R square and Q square. Fine. The value of the regression and also the predictive relevance. So until and unless those values are highlighted, it's very difficult to understand whether the model was a good fit or not. Fine. So that's all. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tarun. Now I would request Ms. Varshini, Professor Bindia, PH, PS University to present.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So, the topic that I have chosen is
I would request you to please
the topic that I've chosen.
show the
Sorry.
presentation on slide mode.
Just a minute. Okay, so the topic that I've chosen is impact of workforce diversity and inclusion on employee performance. So, coming to the introduction part, I'm sure all of us are familiar with the meaning of diversity and inclusion. Diversity, in simple terms, means employing people from various backgrounds and experiences, and inclusion is treating people in a fair manner and considering all of their opinions. So this paper, this research highlights the recognition of importance of diversity and inclusion. Companies today are increasingly recognizing the importance of diversity and inclusion in a challenging world like today, and it focuses on 7 key diversity factors. There can be many other factors that can be considered, but in my research, I've considered 7 key diversity factors, which are age, educational background, religion, work experience, gender, beliefs, and employee attitude towards the job. And diversity as a global expansion driver. When you employ people from diverse educational backgrounds and experiences, your business can expand to a global level. It can expand globally because people will be willing to work with them. And fair treatment and respect to be given to the employees. Benefits of diversity and inclusion is it helps the company in improved decision makings and innovative ideas. Also, it acts as a talent retention and attraction strategy. And in this study mainly focuses on differing perspectives on diversity and inclusion impact. So this is the main problem statement of my research paper. So a few of us are of the opinion that diversity and inclusion will actually have an impact on the employee performance, but others consider that probably diversity and inclusion can increase misunderstandings, misconceptions, and which might lead to conflicts in the organization. So my paper focuses on the Indian IT industry, and I have used the quantitative research approach. I have used SPS statistics. Moving on to the objectives of my paper, the main objective is to assess the impact on employee performance. That is, if the diversity and inclusion have an impact on the employee performance or not. Also, the cultural influences. Does the cultural factors influence an employee on his or her performance? And to identify the challenges which are stopping companies to adopt diversity and inclusion, and to give them some measures which will help them to adopt diversity and inclusion in their company. So this is one thing which I've spoken about in my paper, that is the diversity iceberg model. So it purely talks about the fact that diversity is not just what we see. It is not just about the age, gender, or race or caste. It is something very deep and complex rather than what we see. So there are 3 different levels of diversity. That is the surface level diversity, which is called the primary dimensions. It is
that part of the diversity which is evidently seen in a person. For example, it can be, the race, gender, or age. That is like, it is very evident for a person to see it. Coming to the mid-level diversity, which is a secondary dimensions, it is not really evident, but it influences a person in a very huge manner. This can be education, social standing, things like that. And the last level is the deep level diversity. That's the tertiary dimensions. It is not really seen in a person. I mean, it is not very evident. You don't see this when you meet a person, but this has a huge impact in a person's life. This may be beliefs, personal traits, cultural norms, etc. So this is my conceptual framework. I have considered 7 independent variables, that is age, educational background, religion, work experience, attitude towards the job, beliefs, and gender. And my dependent variable is employee performance. So this is the questionnaire design. So I have considered, like a sub variables in each of my variables. For example, when you take age, I have considered should there be multi generational workplace comfort, or how far do you agree with ageism at work, things like this. I have considered certain sub variables for each of my variables considered, and I've used a 5-point Likert scale. So as I mentioned in my objectives, I've also spoken about the challenges which are faced by the companies to adopt, which are stopping the companies to adopt diversity and inclusion, and a few measures which I would like to suggest for them to overcome such measures. So one of the challenges would be the employee and leadership resistance to change. So probably the employees and leaders themselves are used to a certain method which they follow. Probably, as we all know, change is the only constant thing. Probably they would not like to change their attitude or things like that if they employ diversity and inclusion. And unconscious bias in decision making. So probably there is always a bias in decision making, probably towards the gender. You want to employ a male or a female, something like that. So that is one of the challenge. And the lack of training and education on diversity and inclusion. Employees are not really aware of the diversity and inclusion concept. So I think there is a proper training required on this. Also, difficulty in developing inclusive leadership. The leaders must themselves be confident to deal with an inclusive environment. So that is one of the challenge. So a few measures
Vaishali,
which would help.
sorry to
Yes, ma'am.
interrupt. You have only 5 minutes to complete your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'll round up. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll round up, ma'am. So measures would be, leadership endorsement and training, holistic approach, and some employee resource groups, so that you can have a group inside the organization which help them supportive networks. And then long-term integration to organizational goals. You can employ diversity and inclusion and integrate with your organizational values, and transparent communication about what the company has done, about its achievements, or the areas, the pain points where it has to improve. So this is my model. I've done a KMO test to test the sampling adequacy, and the value was 0.657, which is slightly higher than the cutoff 0.6, and the Cronbach's alpha value is 0.785. So the correlation analysis clearly states that all the 7 independent variables which I've considered have a positive correlation with the employee performance. So I've performed a regression where the R square value is 0.324, meaning only 32.4% of what drives an employee to perform well is described by the variables which I have considered. And the ANOVA says that a model is well performed because the significance value is less than 0.05. So I would like to conclude by saying that there is a positive impact on diversity and inclusion on employee performance in the IT sector, because there is a positive correlation between my dependent and the independent variables. At the same time, my future scope of the study would be to increase my sample size. Sorry, I forgot to mention the sample size used in this is 90. I have considered 90 samples from the Indian IT sector by generating questionnaires, and I've considered 90 samples from that. So an increase in the sample size and considering a little more different variables than whatever I have considered would make an impact, would increase the R square value. So you can find that would be my future scope. Also recommendations for organizational leadership. So I would like to conclude by saying that definitely there is an impact on employee performance by diversity and inclusion. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
Vashni, there is a small, rather say my queries or one of the aspects where you talk about in your objectives, the impact of diversity. The impact of diversity is some objectives you need to look into, because there you talk about impact, but what impact of diversity on what is, it's not outlined in your objectives. So on performance or employee performance or something like this, I believe it need to be. And then
Yes, ma'am.
Your respondents or the sample size which you have collected is 90. So may I know that how many items you have considered in your questions or in your questionnaire?
Ma'am, I have, as I mentioned, I have considered 7 main independent variables, under which there were 2 or 3 questions, ma'am. Under each variable, there were 2 or 3 questions.
Means 27?
Yes, ma'am. Almost 25. I think it is 23 to 25, ma'am.
Yeah, so in that case, your sample size is not sufficient to validate your results.
Yes, ma'am.
Look into that.
Yes,
also.
ma'am.
And you talk about SPSS statistics.
Yes, ma'am.
What is SPSS statistics? In case you can help me.
Ma'am, it is a statistical tool, ma'am. It basically stands for Statistical Package for Social Sciences. It is just like one of our statistical tools, JMP, Excel. It is one of the. Sorry, ma'am.
SPSS package you have used to analyze.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it is not a. Okay, it's a software you're talking, right?
Yes, software. Yes, ma'am. Software.
Look into that also, specified properly, or the technique.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
That I believe is supposed to mention that too. And
okay, ma'am.
Conclusion and implication which you talk about. Your conclusion is, you need to work on your conclusion. It's only one line conclusion is this. So I don't think your, study is so limited that the conclusion means you need to work on the conclusion and
sure, ma'am.
The implications too. That's all.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody else? Yeah. So. Vashini, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The couple of points I just wanted to make that why did you choose IT sector? What was the reason for choosing that?
So I believe that is where the true point of diversity and inclusion exists. Probably that is the place where a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions happens. There you will have to work as a team. I'm sure teamwork is there everywhere, but that is the place where you really need a lot of teamwork and collaboration, and you got to gel with a lot of people from various backgrounds and experiences. So I really felt that sector is the sector to consider.
Okay. Agreed that it's a service sector, so you need a lot of teamwork, and teamwork involves diversity factors a lot. But there are other services sector also. So, like, how will you justify that only you are concentrating on IT sector? This pertains to all the service sectors where teamwork is important.
Yes, sir. I agree with your point, sir.
Switch on your camera.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So my point was that you will have to justify it more properly, that why did you choose IT as the sector? Okay. And second thing was that on employee performance, we are not aware about the dimensions that you have used to measure that. So can you just elaborate on how did you measure employee performance?
So I have distributed a questionnaire relating to each of the independent variables, which considers the employee performance. I mean, probably I would like to keep it.
Sorry to interject. I'm talking about dependent variable, employee performance.
Yes, sir.
So what are the dimensions you use to measure it?
So
I
have used.
What were the dimensions? What were the measurement scale did you use, or what were the other?
I have used a 5-point Likert scale, sir. So I have spoken about how interested employees are towards the diversity and inclusion programs organized in their particular companies, and were they a part of it, or are they really interested to get into it, and are they okay with employing such measures in their company and things like that?
No, employee performance, are you talking about job performance? Because that is
Yes,
what
sir. Yes, sir. It is the job performance. So I've just floated questions in such a way that so that they can answer if a diversity and inclusion is employed in their particular company, will it personally improve their job performance? Will it help them to improve their job performance and achieve their goals?
Yes. So this you need to elaborate more in your study. I think the still a lot of hard work has to be put in by you.
Yes, sir.
So best of luck for your future research. But
Thank you,
you
sir. Thank you
need
so much.
to work more on your even the model. You can expand a bit to make it more detailed. And obviously,
Yes,
as
sir.
ma'am pointed out, your conclusion and all has to be in properly defined so that it can help the practitioners or policymakers, whoever is interested in your study. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Vashni, I think you have been given loads of good advices which you can consider
Yes, sir. Definitely.
improving the quality of the paper. Initially, we were very happy looking at the structure and the flow of the paper. Suddenly, you got lost amidst the data and all.
Yes, sir.
Have a very keen look at the data because already the advice has been given to improve on the sample size. And overtly, you try to see there in the model there is a big flaw. Okay, the work experience that is it could be a categorical or discrete data. So if you are kind of putting into Likert type scale, so I do not deem it to be a fit case for it. So try to take a different variable. I hope you get better results. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do
All the
that, sir.
best. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So with this, we end up this session, HR session, and our sincere thanks goes to all the presenters, offline and virtually those who have presented. Thanks to the session chairs. Now I would like to call Dr. Bhavna Agrawal to present the certificate to our session chairs. Yes, you can, sir. Thank you for your time, guidance, and expertise, which have made the event successful, sir and ma'am. Ms. Tanvi Tyagi. Now I would like to call Parul to. Sir, I request you to come up on the stage to present the certificate to our presenters. Ms. Parul. Mr. Tarun. He has presented on behalf of Dr. Inakshi and Dr. Pallavi Tyagi. Ms. Parul and Tarun, you are requested to collect the certificates of your co-authors. And there is one announcement. There will be a best paper for the conference, which will be announced in the valedictory section. Okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, students. For this track, yes, results are out. I missed it. So we are with the results, and the best paper for this session goes to Miss Varshini. Varshini, are you there online?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations,
I'm here, ma'am.
Varshini.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for making the event successful. Students, technical staff, and everybody present over here. Thanks. You're having class with me at 4.